You get it?
Oh, no, I have it here. Thank you. Yes. Yes. All right, everyone. Good morning. It's 9:05. We're starting a little late because of technology issues. This is our first court of the year. So everyone, we're starting off the new year. It's going to be a great new year. If we say it's going to be great, I'm going to call the docket. When I call the docket, you need to let me know you're here. If you don't let me know you're here, I'm going to assume you're not here, and a warrant may be issued for your arrest. If you're sitting on the front row, that means that you were late for court. So if you were not late for court, you should not be on the front row. So it's not like church where you want to be on the front row. All right, when I call your name, let me know you're here. Roland Hernandez. Roland Hernandez.
I'll check with him, Judge. I'm here.
Thank you. In custody, we have Armando Jimenez, Jeannette Simmons, Jacob Glendon, Gregory Gonzalez. Where is Gregory Gonzalez? Arthur Scarborough. In custody, we have Quintuan Blocker and Salim Hargett, Michael Teo, Mark Ivy, Julius Clayton.
Council President, Your Honor, we'll try and get a hold of it.
All right, Janelius Crew is in custody. Jose Lozano, Charles Garley, Damon Hill, Joe Frank Dominguez.
Impacted.
You know what? Do we have impact?
Yes,
We actually have impact court?
Yes.
Are we 100% sure of that?
yes, we have,
No, I think we need to call down and see if we have impact.
we have 4 rooms.
No. I know we have it on the docket,
Okay.
but we need to call down and see if they have it in court.
Okay.
Joseph Garza,
Here you are.
Gaydon Cantu, Wayne Tolliver, Pedro Sanchez, Scott Marcelino. I butchered that name. Scott Marcelino. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Okay. Brittany Cruz, In custody, we have Mark Saucedo. Matthew Gonzalez.
Here you are.
Abel Montez is by Zoom. Renee Espinosa.
Here.
Robert Trevino.
Here, Your Honor.
Present with counsel.
Thank you. Eros Rodriguez.
I'm present for him.
Good morning. Raul Reyes. All right, and the person who's sitting next to Eros Rodriguez, you need to take the shades off your head. Michael Teo. Michael Teo is in custody. Nicholas Condiff is in custody. April Apolinar. Gerardo Yanez. Gerardo Yanez. Tyrone Laird. Gilbert Alcarta. In custody, we have Adam Aguilar.
Counsel present.
Thank you. Michael Enzana.
Judge.
Thank you. Mariah Lopez is in custody. Christopher Garza is in custody. Kayla Roleg.
Present, Your Honor.
David Leon is in custody. Jerwan Crawford is in custody. Francisco Paso is in custody. Carlos Castillo.
Here, Your Honor.
Kayla Connor. April Polinar. Alejandro De Leon. Melvin Jones is in custody. April Zuniga, custody. Dwayne Daniels, custody. Pedro Rodriguez. Pedro Rodriguez. All right, anyone who came in late, you all need to find a seat. Anyone who came in late or your name was not called? All right, sir. I'm sorry, what? Do you have an attorney?
No.
All right, just give us a moment. Yes. April what? All right. All right, who else? Yes. What's the first name? Jean what? Okay. All right, so everyone, court has changed the location of courts. So if you're here for the 227th, this is not the 227 District Court. This is the 187 District Court. Just tell them you were with us because you preferred the 187 to the 227.
It's on the hallway. It says 187 to your right side. All the way down.
Yes,
And Mr. Yanez, Your Honor, he's on page 19.
thank you. All right, everyone, these are the rules of the court. Attorneys, if you have someone who's in custody and you ask for them to be brought out, do not leave the courtroom because that makes things more difficult for the deputies, and we're all about making everyone's job as easy as possible. You will see boxes on the side. I know some people believe COVID never happened and it does not exist and we're not going through another phase. But in the 187th, we do believe that. So attorneys, just grab your file, place it on the desk where the prosecutors are. On this side, you have family violence and all of your sex crimes. On this side is criminal trial division. Just leave your file there. First come, first serve. Last will not become first. Once you are ready to approach the court, just go to the clerk, have them pull your file and take a seat. We will call you in the order in which you'll appear. Do not approach the clerk, asking that you approach if you have not conferred with the state, if you have not spoken to your client. Everyone, put some patience in your pockets. Today will be a great Monday. Please confer. Did you call downstairs? Okay. All right, these are the people who need to go to impact court. Joe Dominguez, you're in impact court. Michael Enzana, you need to go to impact court.
Judge, that's gonna be a plea. Do you still want to sit over there? Or?
Oh, if it's gonna be a plea, you can stay here.
It's gonna be.
All right, you can stay here. Kayla Rolag, you need to go to impact court.
On the recall.
Okay. Dwayne Daniels. He's in custody. We've already taken care of that.
Hey, that's what happens. It's not in there, but then it's
Good morning. Yes, you may. Oh, it's behind the line, but come forward. Is there something you?
I just want to say this is my first district court appearance as a defense attorney, and I feel like it's my first day of school.
But it's great. It's good seeing you.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it. It's new and it's different, but here I am. Anyway,
Oh, no, that's awesome. Yeah, if you ever need anything, just stop by.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Are the parties ready on Kayla Connor?
Or, joint meeting.
All right, thank you.
My client here is.
Brittany?
All right, they're just waiting for CPS.
Thank
You're welcome.
No.
No, I don't need it yet. Yeah, thank you.
Bob Martin, yellow?
Judge,
Yes.
Mike may have the following impact, and they may have the first file over there, so I'm trying to verify that if it is.
They're-
It'd
they're down
be
here.
easier for me to go over there with my client to do the plea there.
All right.
I mean, I'd rather be here, but
I mean, whatever, whichever you prefer, it's fine.
you know, it's gonna be a hassle to try to get. I'm sure they won't trust me with the first file and the DA's office file. Over there.
Yeah, so if you go down there with your client and you can do the plea down there then. You're welcome.
I'd rather be here though, but.
Oh,
Okay.
thank you so much.
Yeah, the recent one.
Yes. I think we approached Judge on that.
Yeah.
We don't need that one. I know it's not. It feels weird. Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, just have a seat. I'll call you up.
Are you doing it? And there's more. There's one of the- I think it was me.
Well, I don't know about that.
All right, on Alejandro De Leon. Yes, what are you here for?
Just an update on his ignition interlock device.
Yes,
About 3 weeks ago, you granted that he could remove it to get a new car.
yes.
He just got a new car last Wednesday. He just needs to get the appointment in to get the ignition interlock device on his new car. So he's meeting with probation this afternoon and then we're gonna stop by, Smart Start to get it.
Just 1 second. Bashan,
Yes, Your Honor.
on Alejandro De Leon,
Yes.
he now has a new vehicle. Can you check to see when we can get ignition interlock on that? If we can get that done ASAP?
So. Let me make sure I understand. He has a new vehicle. Does he currently have the ignition interlock? in his
No.
vehicle? He doesn't. Okay,
Because I want that done ASAP.
so he just needs to call and make an appointment. To
All right.
which vendor he's preferring. I do have some coupons.
Thank you, appreciate it.
If he wants, so that will help with the installation process.
Okay, awesome. So you need to call them and that needs to be done ASAP. So is that going to get done today?
Yes.
Okay,
We just have to-
all right. Make sure it's done today. And no driving until that's on. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Or second. Oh, because like there's been. Oh, yeah. What's over there?
Hello. Oh, I haven't signed in yet. It's good.
I couldn't see the.
It might work, right?
Yes.
That was in May.
But I'm sure.
See, I'm sure it was. Today. I don't know anything about it.
Okay, so he'll be 8 straight. We're gonna, yeah, we're gonna. Got your email, I'm gonna have to get.
Yeah, but you know what? How to. You'll have to be by. Well, she's doing the paperwork. I know. 2.6 first.
Yeah.
Yes,
Good morning.
good morning. Oh, there's a line there.
Probably not much else. Oh,
Yes.
this line, okay. I have a budget person in Washington County tomorrow. My client's in custody. Can we recall it Wednesday?
Are you able to do this by Zoom or no?
I can now.
Have you, everyone needs to whisper. Have you already conferred with the state on this?
I don't see an offer on my calendar. May not. I could try to email right now when my client, secretary gets the office.
All right, we'll recall it for Wednesday,
Thank you, ma'am.
but you need to make sure on Wednesday that you're here exactly at 9 a.m.
Yes.
All right.
I mean, that's what it is, and they want like. So I want to be talking now, but. Is it?
Yeah.
Thank you. Carlos Castillo?
Mr. Castillo.
Yes. Is there a prosecutor available?
I'm on the case, Judge.
Oh,
David Cavazos.
all right. Are you ready to proceed? All right, I need everyone to whisper. We're on the record. And everyone, please remember, when you get your file, just hand it to the prosecutor and have a seat. And they will call you up in the order in which they receive your file. Court is calling 2017 CR 11827, State of Texas versus Carlos Castillo. He needs to be in the middle. Could our parties announce for the record for the state
David Cavazos for the state, Your Honor.
defense?
Zoe Russell for the fence.
And are you Mr. Castillo?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, what purpose are we here for today?
Your Honor, this is just a discovery conference ahead of a trial setting that we have May 2nd when I'm back from leave. And the state has told me there's 2 cell phones that they're gonna turn over to me. And that should be the end of all discovery that we need.
All right, when are these cell phones being turned over and why have they not been turned over before now?
That I don't know. I just got on the case, Judge, but I told counsel I will find out and get her the information. They're not gonna be cell phones, they're gonna be the extractions. We'll
All right.
probably get those in.
So this case has been on the docket since August of 2022. And we don't have cell phone extractions that have been turned over. When is this going to be done?
Make sure it gets done within the next 30 days. That's sounds good.
Do you have the extractions?
I can't answer that, Judge. I just got the file today.
All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to recall this for tomorrow and you need to let the court know if you have the cell phone extractions. I can't set something when we don't even know if we have something. So it's coming back tomorrow unless you can find this information out by this afternoon.
I will, Judge. Thank you.
All right, well, are you going to find it out by this afternoon or tomorrow?
I'll find out by this.
All right, so we'll come back at 1:30. Is that good for you, counsel?
Yes, we do.
All right, we'll see you back at 1:30.
You're not on.
All right, you need to give Norma the dates for that.
What's the name? Oh. Yeah, there's the file. They didn't understand.
Okay. Yes. Yes.
So when they moved me from special or public integrity, they gave David Cavazos some of my old cases, which is Carlos Castillo. That the cell phone extractions are in the file. He just brought down the other case file that was set for today in the other court's office. So it'll be back pretty quick.
All right, thank you. All right, and Mr. Salinas?
Yeah.
Can you make sure that they do an acknowledgement of discovery?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, then know when you're ready. You ready to go? Yeah. No, it should be right on.
Should be right.
Who's here on Gregory Gonzalez? All right, Mr. Gonzalez. Good morning. All right, court is calling 2022 CR 7822, State of Texas versus Gregory Gonzalez. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state,
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
for the defense?
Monica Corolla for defense.
All right, and are you Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
All right, according to the plea bargain agreement, punishment is to be assessed at 4 years in the prison, and there are no applications. Are both parties ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, is there anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Judge.
All right. Then the court will follow your agreement, sentence you to 4 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served. There's to be 2 years Texas license suspension. Is there anything else with regards to sentencing?
No, from defense.
Showing you what's entitled trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it? Right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Gonzalez, it appears that you may have a problem with alcohol. If you would like, could refer you to the therapeutic community. It does not increase the amount of time that you will be serving. Would you like to be referred to for that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I'll add therapeutic community. The thing about the therapeutic community, I can't force them to place you in there. But you most definitely will not be placed in there if you do not request it. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we can go off the record. Good luck to you. When you are released from prison, make sure that you get into some kind of AA or NA classes or get some sort of help, okay? All right, good luck to you.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Who's here for Charles Garley?
Present, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Pardon me.
All right, the court is calling 2021 CR 7282, State of Texas versus Charles Garley. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state,
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
for the defense?
Mario Moreno for the defendant, Your Honor.
And are you Mr. Garley?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, defense has filed a motion for continuance. State, have you a chance to review that motion?
I have not seen it, but we're not in objection to it, Your Honor.
Why not? This case has been going on since September 2021.
Your Honor, I think it's just two lawyers from the same firm that are just substituting out for one another. So I don't anticipate any delays. There's no discovery between both lawyers that would necessitate any type of delay.
All right, anything you wish to say?
Well, yes, Your Honor. Well, first, I'd like to introduce myself to you. I believe you and I have ever met, Mario Moreno. Mr. Nathaniel Navy and I do work.
All right, you all need to whisper.
Nathaniel Navy and I did work in the same firm with Dunham and Jones. Mr. Navy is no longer with the firm. I filed a motion to sub-counsel in this case, and that should be with the court's file as well. My understanding today was that it was set for a discovery compliance hearing of some kind and also potentially a jury trial. So because of my recent substitution, I would be needing more time to prepare for trial. Additionally, in discussing with the state, I did find that there were some records that we were trying to subpoena or have the state provide in regards to an investigation that was taking place with these officers related to this charge.
That's been going on since September 30th.
Yes, Your Honor. And that was in discussing with the state, it seems like they are attempting but have not received that and provided to the defense counsel.
Judge, we've subpoenaed the records. We spoke with City Attorney Jim Cobb. He said that he would just need a day or two just to get it together. He also was going to file a motion to quash, which I don't believe he's done yet. Or if he has, it's about to happen.
Then it seems like the state may not be ready for trial. And maybe the state needs to file a motion for continuance.
We can, Your Honor.
All right, state, you want to file a motion for continuance?
We will, Your Honor.
And then the court will hear it.
Yes, sir.
All right, just have a seat. Roland Hernandez. Who's here for Roland Hernandez?
Step out.
I'm sorry. No. Okay, but if you can pull the file on Connor, I'll hear it. Thank you.
I see a happy taco, Judge, so.
That happens all the time. Welcome to the beautiful world of defense.
It is interesting.
All right, can I see Kayla Connor?
Here.
Hello, how are you doing? Happy New Year. You too. All right, so there appears to be an issue involving a transfer,
Yes.
and we're not on the record yet. So the CPS caseworker hasn't zoomed in. I don't know why I should allow her to transfer, because what we were here last time, and I don't know what CPS was doing or what was going on, but last time we were here, CPS maybe knew she was moving, maybe didn't know she was moving, but I knew she moved without this court's permission. And then what ended up happening is she came to court and she tested positive for marijuana.
Yes.
And CPS thinks she's doing well. I don't know how you can be doing well when you're using drugs and have children in your care.
I agree, Your Honor. If I could speak to that.
Yes.
She did test positive, but she also purchased something from the store that she thought might be legal, not illegal. And that's basically what caused positive, the latest positive. But she understands, and I told her there's no alcohol, no drugs of any kind on any kind of probation. She understands that. I think she can accomplish that. She has 4 toddlers, and her husband works in Travis County. He has a good job. He works at Tesla, and that's the reason she wants to move to Travis County. And I did file a motion on her behalf on that. And I think that if she were allowed to move and closely monitored, I think she could get everything straight and get her life kind of straightened out. And she seems to be floundering a little bit right now, but I think that would straighten out a lot of things.
I understand your argument, counselor. I'm not going to allow her to move anywhere until Child Protective Services comes in and speaks to me, because Child Protective Services didn't know what was going on in her life. I don't know if they were not doing UAs or what was going on their end. But what I have is a person with toddlers using drugs, and the case that she's on probation for is injury to a child by omission. So I don't know if CPS is doing their job or not.
Your Honor, I did receive an email from a CPS worker from Travis County. Right now, she's in limbo. She does have a assigned as worker in Travis County. However, they won't really do anything until she's actually transferred, and she can't be transferred until the court does so. The CPS worker in Travis County has all of the terms and conditions of what she's supposed to do on probation. However, and she cannot be here with us. The Travis County CPS worker has COVID, so she couldn't even zoom in. The CPS worker here in San Antonio, I didn't receive a response from. So they are fully aware of what what she's supposed to be doing. I don't think the Travis County has had opportunity to work with her yet because she's not officially there.
All right. Well, what I do remember from last time, and Deputy Laura will tell you my mind is a steel trap. She had already moved to Travis County without permission. And there was CPS didn't know what was going on. So I'm not allowing you to move until the CPS worker from Travis County appears by Zoom or either appears in person. And I never thought on the criminal side, I would be doing family law here and on the criminal side. But so you're not going to be allowed to transfer until the caseworker from Travis County zooms in here. And also the caseworker from San Antonio zooms in here, because the last time the caseworker from San Antonio zoomed in, they had no idea that you were in Travis County. And I don't know if there's some miscommunication with their paperwork or not, but they had no idea. So obviously somebody's dropped the ball somewhere, because supposedly you may or may not have a caseworker in Travis County. But I do know if that caseworker in Travis County has COVID and can't appear by Zoom, she can't supervise her.
Yes, Your Honor. So the only concern that we would have at this time is that she is currently living in Travis County
Without the court's permission.
Yes, Your Honor. So you can't do the field visits that is mandated currently.
So here's the thing. Last time she was here in November, when she tested positive for marijuana, I said that she was to remain in Bexar County
I was already in Travis County.
without the court's
I
permission.
wasn't aware I needed the court's permission. My PO did not allow me or tell me.
No, I set your conditions.
I talked to her and had asked and confirmed, and I was not aware, ma'am.
Well, you were not aware you were supposed to be not using marijuana either, but you still did it. Here's the thing. You need to be in Bexar County. If you're not in Bexar County by Friday, what's going to end up happening is a motion to revoke is going to be filed. I set your conditions, and there's a reason why I put the conditions that I put in there, because I have to protect the community. I have to protect your 4 toddlers. And what are their ages?
3-2, and I just had an emergency C-section 3 weeks ago.
And using marijuana. And so I have to think about all of that when I'm setting your conditions. And you went to Travis County and moved there without the court's permission. So you need to be back in Bear County by Friday. Otherwise, a motion to revoke is going to be issued. Do you understand?
Your Honor, if we can get the Travis, if we can get a hearing before Friday, would that work?
Yes.
Or-
And have that caseworker zoom in and have the San Antonio caseworker zoom in. Because the San Antonio caseworker, the last time we were here, said she had no clue you had moved to Travis, which the court assumes that somebody wrote some letter somewhere, because otherwise you wouldn't have had the Travis County caseworker. But if you have that done before Friday, then the court will make a ruling. All right. If you all want to confer and see when all of these parties can get here, they can appear by Zoom. All right, thank you. Here's this, that goes in the file. Oh, I'm sorry, can you hand that file back? Armando Jimenez. Is he in custody? Armando Jimenez, is he in custody or in jail?
He's a jail.
All right, was he brought over?
Yes, he's in the back, Judge.
All right, are you able to bring him out when you get a chance? Yes, I do. Thank you. Eros Rodriguez.
Okay.
All right, what is happening with his case?
Judge, he has a misdemeanor that is pending. There is an offer that will dispose of the felony case once we resolve that. I don't know exactly when we're set, but that is our intention.
All right, and then he has the injury to the elderly also.
That case, my understanding is pending and awaiting that.
All right, so who is the injury to the elderly? Is that criminal trial division or family violence?
It would be, criminal trial.
All right.
I haven't looked at it yet, but it would be.
All right, so when do we anticipate this happening?
When's the setting?
Can I check the setting real quick?
Yes.
I would say hopefully within 30 days, Judge.
All right, and I appreciate your client's attire.
It does look good, Judge.
Mhm.
And oh, was that a stab at me?
No.
Oh.
Judge, it's on January 17th.
All right, so you want it recalled for January 17th?
If you could please give us, my experience with County Court 9 has been kind of hit and miss. I'd like to tell you we're going to resolve it that day, but I don't want to look you in the eye. and
Who is
lie.
County Court 9?
It's Judge Saldana. If you could just give us like 2 weeks after that. date,
Oh, it won't be hit or miss. She's gonna make, Judge Saldana will make that happen.
I just don't know my calendar.
All right, and so your date with her court is the 17th?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we'll put this on January 17th.
Okay.
All
Thank you,
right,
Judge.
Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form. All right, is Mr. Armando Jimenez here? He hasn't been brought out yet, correct?
He's back here, Judge, but I can't.
No, I understand. Roland Hernandez?
I don't think he's gonna be back with the rest of that taco. I mean, I think excuse for reaching out to him.
All right, what's gonna end up happening is,
Yes, Judge. We have the notes say if he didn't show up, he'd get the two when we do find him.
all right. We're gonna call it on the record. Just one second. All right, the court is calling 2022 CR 8640, State of Texas versus Roland Hernandez. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Oscar Slim, State, Texas.
For the defense?
Jason Wolf for the defense.
All right, this hearing was scheduled at 9:56 a.m. Defense, where's your client?
He was present, Judge, and now he's not, so I'm not aware of where he's at.
All right, state.
State requested bond forfeiture, Judge.
All right, that will be granted. Your client will be remanded without bond. If you're able to get in contact with your client and your client reappears, the court will reconsider.
Thank you, Judge.
All right,
May I
thank
be
you.
excused?
Yes.
Thank you. Judge,
Yes,
tacos being eaten again. I asked the court to reconsider. it when we're
yes.
ready.
Could you bring me the file back, please? Okay. All right, are you ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor.
All right, have him come forward. All right, the court is back on the record in 2022 CR 8640. I need everyone to please whisper. We're on the record. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state,
Oscar Spencer, State Actors.
defense?
Jason Wolf.
And are you Mr. Hernandez?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, is there a request for the court to recall the bond forfeiture?
There is, Your Honor, respectfully.
All right, that will be granted. We're here for sentencing. According to the plea bargain agreement, punishment is to be assessed at 6 months in the state jail facility. And there are no applications. Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Judge, we just ask that you follow the agreement as.
All right. The court previously found your client guilty. The court will sentence you to 6 months in the state jail facility. Give you credit for any time served. Is there anything else with regard from sentencing for either side?
Not from the defense, only that we'd ask if he has any credit in time. Credit, Judge.
All right. Mr. Hernandez, I'm showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because this is plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the courts. Oh, that's you and your client.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Hernandez, they do have the therapeutic community. If you wish to be placed in that or consider for placement in that, I can request it. I can't force them to give it to you. It doesn't increase the length of time that you serve. Would you like to be considered for that or no?
No, Your Honor.
All right, good luck to you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All
Judge.
right, thank you. Who's? Are we ready on Charles Garley or not yet? Who's here on Jacob Glendon? All right, you may proceed. If you bring your client up. Court is calling 2022 CR 11918W, State of Texas versus Jacob Nathaniel Glendon. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state,
Oscar Salinas.
for the defense?
Kurt Francie.
And are you Mr. Glendon?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea bargain agreement, punishment is to be assessed at a cap of 4 years. This looks to be $1,000 fine. There are no applications. The state is taking in consideration CM numbers 96675 and 96677. Have both parties had a chance to review the PSI report?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections to the PSI report?
No, Your Honor.
All right, and according to the plea bargain agreement, the defendant entered a plea of no contest to possession of child pornography. It is a cap of 4 years. State, is there anything you wish to argue? Do you have any witnesses?
State would reserve for rebuttal, Judge. No witnesses.
All right, defense, do you have any witnesses?
Well, no, Your Honor, I do have a report. I'll just like to enter for, put in the record from his treatment provider that he was attending. It's just 2 paragraphs describing what he did. So I'd like it to be in the record so that parole, if they get the records, we have this.
All right, any objections to defense exhibit 1?
No.
All right, if you'll have it marked.
Marked for defense exhibit number 1, which is a 2-paragraph report from Mark Harris, just describing the treatments that Jacob underwent from day 1. Jacob was.
All right, defense, just a moment. Defense exhibit number 1 then is admitted without objection. Any other witnesses or evidence?
No witnesses or evidence. Right?
All right, defense, the court will hear argument.
Judge, from day 1, Jacob was remorseful, even upon his arrest. He was very upfront with the officers, which is kind of unusual, I think, in these cases, is that you have somebody that right from day one takes responsibility and wants to better himself. He's was in the military. I think he served in Afghanistan. He's had kind of a tumultuous upbringing. I think that may have contributed, but we don't know that whether it contributed, but he had a very tumultuous upbringing, moving all the time, unable to establish probably good relationship with people because of his moving. And upon this arrest, basically admitted to the officers. Right away wanted to go into treatment, went into treatment. And seems to really acknowledge that it was helpful to him. He's gained some insight into his issues. And he acknowledges that he didn't at the time understand the harm this was causing other people. And I think that's one of the benefits of the treatment, was that he realized the harm it was causing.
I don't in the PSI report, he says this is the fetish.
Well, yeah, but that's his description. You can see when he talks to the counselor, he realized in the PSI, he does say he realizes that the harm it was causing, he didn't realize at the time, but now he does. Actually, you say, whether I have a witness, I'd like to call actually.
All right,
Jacob. Jacob, is there anything you'd like to?
all right, you want to raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
Jacob Glendon.
All right, defense.
Jacob, if you could, you kind of if you could for the judge, just describe after the offense, what actions you took and so forth to try to gain insight into what was going on with you in your life.
Talked a lot with my family, fiance. I was open with them about it and agreed therapy was best. They're very supportive of the decision. Therapy opened my eyes to a lot of it. I learned a lot about the pathology and physiology behind the decision. We started with Mark Harris. I started doing like a healthy sexuality workbook, and they're doing weekly meetings. I thought it was very helpful.
You could tell us where were you working prior to this arrest? What were you doing? What was your career?
I was a EMT and a nurse with the Air Force. I worked at Wilford Hall here on Lackland. Been doing that for 10 years since right out of high school.
Did you serve it all overseas?
Yeah, I went to Afghanistan for about 7 months.
Okay. And obviously what effect has this had on you?
It's destroyed it. I've lost absolutely everything. My discharge was on March 8th. I mean, not March 8th, December 8th, just this past month. This is very rough. I didn't realize how much my actions were going to cost me until it was all gone.
Okay. Do you have anything else you want to say to the court?
No, I'm sorry. I realize what I've done, and I know it was a mistake. I don't have any way to actually make up for my actions, but if I could, I would.
Well, it wasn't a mistake. It was a choice.
Yes, ma'am.
Any questions?
Yes, Judge.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. As a nurse, what unit were you assigned to?
59 in DUS. I was working in the ER last.
Were you working closer near kids?
Yes, sir.
When did you realize or become aware that you were sexually attracted to children?
Probably a couple of years ago. Just gradual progression from pornography to more deviant versions of pornography. It's not something I acted on in
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, the girlfriend who's supporting him, does she have children?
no, we were talking about kids prior to all this, but things are delayed, obviously.
Okay. Anything else from either side?
No, Your Honor.
State will just reserve for rebuttal to argument.
All right. The, according to the plea bargain agreement, it's a cap of 4 years.
Yes, Judge, I would ask the court to at least consider going down from the 4 years. I think it was a little unusual in my experience having a client that from initial meeting to the whole case was very remorseful and very never in a denial situation of what was evolving and so forth, which I think is pretty unusual in these type cases to wanna get on top of it and look into it and understand himself. I would just ask the court to consider a 3-year sentence.
All right. Does anyone want to address the issue that his girlfriend is still with him? That he's just told me that he's sexually attracted to children and that before this came out, they were thinking about having children. I'm assuming that once he's released from prison, they're still going to be having children. Does anyone want to address that issue?
Can you address it?
I don't know what to say to that, ma'am. That's, like I said, there's nothing I would ever act on. It's nothing I ever planned to act on. It was,
Well, I mean, you testified that it was a progression for you.
yes, ma'am.
So what's the next progression?
Hopefully nothing, ma'am. I'm trying to seek treatment and better myself and correct my behavior and
Because I think that we may be jumping way ahead of the fact that I think it's at least probably from a uninterested party looking at this, that is the fact of whether his girlfriend will even be around when he gets out of prison, I think is speculative. And he is trying to was going to counseling, will probably continue counseling after he gets out.
Well, I do have to consider future safety.
Yeah.
There are plenty of women out there with children who want to hang their star to whomever they hang their star to. All right.
Statutorily, he'd also be a lifetime sex offender register.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand that, but. All right, is there anything else?
Yes, Judge, just to point out, to kind of piggyback off what Mr. Grancy said, as soon as the case was brought over to me, they immediately came to me and were looking for a resolution and take responsibility. That's the reason for the cap of 4 years, Judge, wasn't dragged out. The only reason why the case took a while to get in front of you is for my schedule and Mr. Grancy's schedule conflicting over the course of time. But as the court heard from testimony, he participated in this marketplace of going and obtaining sexually explicit, sexually abused material of children. He's also made an admission that he has an attraction towards that. State feels that a 4-year sentence is appropriate in addition to the lifetime registration.
All right, this is what the court is going to do. Court is going to sentence you to 4 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served, taking in consideration CM numbers 96675, 96677. And there's chapter 62 registration. Is there anything else with regards to sentencing?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, I'm showing you what's entitled trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal. Did you review that with, oh, he needs to have it. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
yes, ma'am.
All right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, oh, he keeps that. You do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we can go off the record. Good luck to you. You need to continue with treatment, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there something for me to sign?
Yes, I'll get that for you right now, Judge. Additionally, we agreed that the destruction of the devices that contain the sexually explicit material would be destroyed.
Yeah.
So that-
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Pedro Sanchez,
Yes, Your Honor.
and where is Mr. Sanchez? Come forward. All right, who's the prosecutor on Mr. Sanchez? All right, what is happening with this case?
Good morning, Judge. We've conferred on this case. Mr. Sanchez has a family violence misdemeanor case pending out of County Court 11.
Mhm.
We've been talking with the prosecutors about seeing if we can work out some sort of collaborative deal. I'm waiting to make sure I get all the discovery out of the County Court 11 case, see if, oops, sorry about that. If there's anything that would throw a wrench in the negotiation, we're asking for a reset. I think there's a very good chance we'll get this thing wrapped up by next setting.
All right, so do you have all the discovery for this case?
I believe so, but I don't.
There's nothing outstanding.
Okay.
our side.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 30-day reset on Mr. Sanchez, please?
So we can come back on February 7th.
Sure.
All right, we'll be back on February 7th at 9 a.m. After that date, you will be given a plea deadline date.
Yes, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Are the parties ready on Garley?
That's just present.
All right, we're still waiting for the prosecutor on Garley.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
That's me, Your Honor.
Oh, you're on Garley?
Yeah.
All right. Could the parties on Garley approach? All right, so did you file the,
Judge, I was able to get it signed. I haven't been able to file, but
that's fine.
The only thing, Judge, is my understanding is that the state is trying to get a hold of some IA records. We were told that if we get a hold of, at least confirm or deny and bring those records to defense counsel by tomorrow.
Mhm.
So I know the court would still require us to file that motion for continuance. Signed, if it could be recalled for tomorrow, we could resolve the issue tomorrow.
All right.
I guess I just don't want on record that we have to use a continuance for something that we could resolve by tomorrow.
Well, but I mean, you'll sort of still need the continuance because this is set for jury trial.
I'm asking the court if we can have it recalled for tomorrow in jury trial session. If defense receives it by tomorrow, Your Honor, we're gonna need time to prepare in that regard before we move it forward. We review it and see if it's necessary.
All right, it's the state's motion for continuance, but we will recall this for tomorrow to have the motion for continuance heard.
thank you, Judge.
All right, Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form,
Thank you, Your Honor.
but it will be the state's motion.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Norma Garley is being recalled for tomorrow. All right, is Armando Hernandez, I'm sorry, Armando Jimenez out here? Can you come forward, please? And defense counsel, I don't know if the deputies want you sitting in the box. I mean, if you want to put on orange, I'm sure they can make that happen.
Understood, Judge. My apologies. Understood.
All right, your attorney is ill, so they cannot be here. Ms. Ferguson, when are we bringing this back?
Bring it back on the 24th.
All right, so we'll be back on January 24th, okay? All right, do you have any questions about anything? All right, thank you.
Have a good day.
You too. Who's here on Christopher Garza? All right, so he's scheduled for jury trial.
Correct, Judge.
All right, so we'll see you tomorrow. He'll be brought over dressed.
Judge, I have trial starting today in the 290th Judge Pena's court.
All right,
Jury at 1.
all right, we'll see if that happens. Things always happen.
Okay, and then also, I believe the state, announced they weren't gonna be ready today. They needed time to review the case, it's the new prosecutor on the case.
We'll see you here tomorrow for jury trial.
Okay, thank you, Judge. May I be excused?
All right, thank you. Yes.
Chris Garley, sitting second.
Norma, Christopher Garza is coming back tomorrow dressed for trial. Counsel, and I'm sorry, Mr. Garza, you're going to be brought over dressed for trial in whatever attire you have at the jail. If there's something else you wish to be attired in, you'll need to make a clothing exchange with your attorney. If there's an issue with the clothing exchange, let the court know.
And then Judge, if we are, as soon as we're sitting a jury, we will let you know and then it can be released.
Oh, well, let's just see.
Yeah,
Let's cross
yeah,
that
yeah,
bridge
yeah.
once it's built.
Okay.
All right,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
No, I know he was a golden. I might be grabbing. Take it for the. All right.
All right, here, who's here on Jamilia's crew? And is he out here?
This is not out, but it's just a discovery. We've been going over.
He needs to be out here.
Okay, we'll wait for him to come out. Thanks, Judge.
Yeah. It will be what it will be.
Yeah.
Just my meter, my attorney's not here yet.
Sure, you can go check your meter. All right, you can go check your meter. You're welcome. Yes.
They're both on the docket tomorrow. I have to be in Lee County for Plea at 9. I want to see if I can recall them for Wednesday.
If it's going to be recalled for Wednesday, then you'll need to make sure you're here at 9 because we pick a jury.
Is it, I could do it Thursday if that's easier. I know I'm gonna be stuck in, it's on the other side of Bass Road. I'm gonna be there all day tomorrow.
All right. We can do Wednesday, but you'll need to be here at 9.
I'll be here. I'll be here.
All right, just, I'm gonna give this back to you. Just let Miss Ferguson go.
And Judge, can I tell my clients to just show up on Wednesday?
Yes.
Well, I think one's on bond and one's in custody. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Oh, Norma, do you have the mouse that they dropped off? All right, thanks. Who's here on Wayne Tolliver? All right, come forward.
Good morning.
Good morning. Happy New Year to you too. So where are we on this case?
Judge, we have, we need to present to you the standard.
Y'all need to switch places. Oh, actually, you know what? We're reversing this courtroom, so you're on this side defense. All right, so what do you need to present?
The standard blood test discovery motion.
When is that gonna be done?
It's been filed, but it should be in your file. It was filed
No,
recently.
it's not in the file.
The standard blood test motion. Yep, we filed it last week. I might have. Oops. It's the blood test discovery motion.
So this is a case where blood was taken?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. State, what's the wait time on that?
Anywhere from 60 to 90 days.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a 45-day reset. All right, February 28th, Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form and I'll, any objections to the court signing their motion?
No. They're getting it right. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Have a seat.
Okay. It's okay. I think it's the injury ceases to. I mean, like I said, I'm just staying on this case and Nate was just turning in Cole. Oh, and neither one of them is available for trial because well, Nate's no longer with us. Cole just had
No, wait. Yes. You said February 28th, correct?
The judge just visit to me.
All right, thanks.
I'll have this one. Oh, yes.
All right. Parties on Janelia's crew? Where's the defense attorney? All righty. Ms. Ferguson, can you call Mr. Crew back, please? I'm sorry, Miss Eduardo Jimenez. Gaten Cantu,
Yes, I'm here on behalf. of
there's a
my
line. Yes,
It was on Galen.
yes.
Mayor.
Oh, yeah, right behind the line. What's going on?
Oh.
That's the line, yes.
I've been informed that the court is asking now that they talked to an immigration lawyer and the court is willing, the court has advised me that if she
All right,
doesn't
have
have the
your
funds,
Client come forward.
okay, she's a Spanish.
All right, then we need an interpreter. All right, we'll get an interpreter here. Good morning. Yes, Mr. Crew. Yes.
Yes, so we're here on a discovery issue. We've been trying to get discovery from the state, getting on the providers and helping. I think we should have everything today, Your Honor. He's just burning a few discs and the last outstanding things were the cell phone dumps and I believe that you got that's one. That one, and then the other one is this. Okay.
And then, Judge, also we provided a search warrant to the bank. We did upload a discovery. There's another thing that was missing. We all filed a witnesses last week. I did notice the needs to be amended, but it was just adding one for the technician.
Adding who?
Technician, which is the person who did the cell phone dumps. I forgot, because they're not in the original report. Other than that, I think right now, that's also need some videos that you can play. I got all the CDs, put them on my computer, and that's what I'm bringing off the disc right now.
All right. I'll need an acknowledgement of discovery in each of the cases, and this is coming back to jury trial on January 23rd.
Right, sure. Okay, good. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Does your client have the attire that he wants to appear in trial in?
I think he's got it taken care of, Judge.
All right, so we'll be back on January 23rd for jury trial.
Yes, ma'am. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
Mayor.
Just give me one moment. Norma? Mr. Cruz coming back for jury trial on the 23rd. Was that here? Yes. Council, what are you approaching on?
Matthew Gonzalez, I believe that may even be.
Matthew Gonzalez.
Well, Judge, I was just gonna ask if we can recall it for a day, just till tomorrow to try to work it out.
Okay, where is he?
He's here. He's definitely.
All right, have him come forward.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was on my show for one. No, that's fine. It was me. Oh, no, that's. Yeah.
All right, so you're saying this is going to be worked out?
That's my intention. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, for tomorrow?
I would like to go back tomorrow.
All right, is there a reason why it can't be worked out today?
Just because, Your Honor, I think Brittany hasn't been able to get to it, quite frankly, and that's fine. I understand that she's really busy. And then I need to be in Wilson County, so just to make it easy for everybody. I was hoping like that.
State?
And I'm not trying to make her like.
I have not been able to give an offer today, Your Honor.
All right, will you be ready with an offer tomorrow?
Yes.
Hopefully a workout on for.
Okay, all right, we'll recall it for tomorrow.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Just get a reset form from Ms. Ferguson.
All right, you got it.
All right, thank you. Who's here on Gate and Cantu? Cantu? Jeannette Simmons? Yes. What are we here for, Miss Simmons? I'm sorry? Okay. All right, the court is calling 2022 CR 1445, State of Texas versus Jeannette Elaine Simmons. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Chandler Bowen for the state of Texas.
Defense?
Nathaniel Navy for Miss Simmons.
And are you Miss Simmons? You entered a plea to count 2. According to the plea bargaining agreement, punishment is to be assessed at 5 years in the prison. The state opposes your application for deferred adjudication and they're recommending community supervision. Have both parties had a chance to review the PSI report?
Yes, Judge, I have.
Any objections, state?
Not from the state.
Any objections, defense?
Judge, the only objection that I would have is the characterization of the insurance company as a victim in this case. The union, who is the victim in this case, has been made whole by the insurance company. And that's my only small quibble with that, is that I don't believe they're a victim. This is something that they contracted with the union for. It's the reason that the union pays premiums to an insurance company. It's something that they specifically consider when they contract for the services, Judge. The only other, and on that, I'll have argument on that, Judge. I know that that's something that's below the line, but I'm going to ask that you not order
restitution to the insurance company. The only other thing that I would like to add is that there are additional medical issues that Ms. Simmons has that are ongoing that were not known at the time that she entered this PSI. It's been reset a number of times.
All right, anything else from the state with regards to the PSI report?
Just regarding, well, it's argument, it's not regarding the PSI.
All right, any witnesses from either side?
Ms. Simmons, I would call Ms.
All right,
Simmons.
could you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I think,
You can lower your hand. You're going to need to speak up so that everybody can hear.
yes, ma'am.
All right, defense.
Thank you, Judge. Can you state your name for the record?
Jeanette Simmons,
Okay, can you spell that for the court coordinator?
JEANNETTE, Elaine ELAINE, Simmons SIMMONS.
Okay. And now, before we get into any of the other factors that were going on in your life at the time of this offense, I want to be clear. Is there any excuse for what you did in this case?
No, there is not.
Do you accept your guilt in this matter fully?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so there's no excuse for it.
No, there.
Okay. What was your position during the time of the offense? What was your position with this union?
I was the bookkeeper.
Okay, you were their bookkeeper. So were you in a position of trust?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and you understand that you abused that position of trust?
Yes, I did.
And can you explain how the damage that you inflicted in this case was more than just monetary?
My actions led to a diminishment of the reputation of the company as well as the coworkers that I worked with at the time. My actions created doubt in who they were in the work and their integrity. And my actions led to the doubt in the reputation of the company that I worked for, as well as the coworkers that I worked with. There's no excuse for what I did. My actions made them look poorly, even though they did nothing wrong.
And you described to me seeing the look on Mr. Kenyon's face when he had to confront you. And before I get into that, who is Mr. Kenyon?
Mr. Kenyon was the president of the union at the time when I worked there.
Okay. And seeing him when he realized what had happened and he confronted you, how did you feel in that moment?
That's when I realized the actions that I had done had consequences, and that I had really hurt him. He was a good boss to me and had trusted me, and I violated that trust.
Okay, what was his facial expression like? Can you
He was
describe
very
it?
disappointed. He was upset. He was in disbelief.
And can you blame him?
No.
And you said that you experienced that same type of feeling of disappointment later on. And can you describe that?
Later on, when I had to admit to my family what I had done and why I had been arrested.
Correct. And so you admitted that your actions not only could cause your coworkers to lose faith in you, but the union as a whole, right?
Yes, the members as well.
And you understand that for the most part, unions are created for the benefit of working people, right?
Yes, they are.
And you understand that there's at least some faction of people that are against unions, possibly because they think they're unnecessary or because they think they're corrupt, correct?
Yes, but my actions didn't help with that opinion.
So
I furthered it,
And that's through no fault of anybody else, right?
just my fault.
Okay. Now, okay, I'd like to get into some of the issues that were going on in your life around the time of the offense. Did you have an issue with substance abuse at that time?
Yes, I did.
What were you using?
Pain pills and alcohol,
What kind of pain pills?
oxycodone and tramadol.
Okay. Was that the first time you had an issue with substance abuse with oxy, or was there a previous time
I had previously had issues with it when I was a teenager.
when you were a teenager?
Yes.
About how old were you when you started using?
Oh, 14, 15 years old.
Just a moment. Ms. Ferguson? Ms. Ferguson? You need to let the people know on Zoom to bring their client back in Zoom, to bring Mr. Ross's client back. He's no longer there. All right, you may continue.
Thank you, Judge. So you said that you were about 14 or 15 when you first started using Oxy. How did that even come about so young?
I was hanging out with bad companies. They were doing it. I did it too.
Okay. Did you stop at some point?
I stopped when I was getting ready to go to college because I had a medical report that showed that I was causing damage to my organs.
Okay. You're physical for college?
Yes, my physical for college.
Okay. And then after that time, when was the next time you had to use a similar type of pill?
When I had surgery in 2017 for a hysterectomy.
When you had surgery?
Yes.
Okay, and you were prescribed, what were you prescribed?
Oxycodone and some other medications.
Okay. Now, at that time, did you abuse those pills or did you take those as prescribed?
I took them as prescribed.
Okay. And were there leftover pills that you hadn't used?
Yes, there were.
Okay. Now, before we get into the usage of the pills further, what kind of financial stressors, can you just kind of explain to the court the kind of financial stressors that you and your family were experiencing when you moved to San Antonio?
We had already lost a home in California. We moved to San Antonio to start over. My husband and I both worked for Amazon and we both were injured on the job. I was out of work. We were trying to take care of our household on just his income, and then he got injured and he lost a lot of his pay. And then we ended up losing the apartment of the house that we were renting at the time and living in hotels, extended stays until March of the following year, March of 2018. I'm sorry, April of 2018.
What were the positions you and your husband had with Amazon at that time?
We did packing, we packed all the boxes for the deliveries.
Okay, so it was a physically intensive job.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then so when you got injured, did you have the same income that you did when you were working?
I did not.
Okay, and then your husband also got injured at a later point, isn't that right?
Yes, it is.
And so both of your incomes then were diminished.
Yes,
Okay, and then you said that you started staying at extended stays?
yes.
Okay, and so basically you didn't have a permanent residence at that point.
No, we did not.
Who else was living with you and your husband? Do you have any children?
I have 5 children and my mother kept living with us at the same time.
Okay, what are the ages of the children now?
My eldest is 20, 19, 16, and 7.
But obviously they were younger in 2017.
Yes.
Okay. What, do any of your children have special needs?
My oldest son is autistic.
Okay. And does your second oldest child, does she have any mental health issues that she's been dealing with?
She was just released from Methodist and diagnosed as schizophrenic.
Okay. So, okay, so those were, and then your mother, you said your mother's living with you. Why is your mother living with you?
She doesn't have the income to live on her own. And she also had a lot of health issues. She is recovering from bladder cancer and she's diabetic and losing her vision.
Okay. Does she receive any social security?
She does, but it's not enough to sustain her on her own.
So it's not, how much does she receive?
About $700 a month.
Okay, so that's not enough just to pay for her needs, correct?
It is not.
So you have to supplement, you and your husband.
Yes, we do.
Okay, and then so to maintain your household of 5 children with the special needs of 2 and your mother, both incomes are pretty critical to sustain the household. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So now can we describe the usage of substances during your time with work with the union?
I was drinking and taking pills while at work. It started off once in a while until it got to the point where I was doing it every day.
Okay. What caused you to in your mind at that time, what caused you to start taking those pills and drinking alcohol in the first place?
I was under a lot of stress, and instead of asking for help and seeking assistance, I turned to pills and alcohol.
Was it basically to try to
No.
numb yourself to the stressors?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And you said that your usage started getting higher and higher. At first, how much was it? And then at its highest point, how much were you taking?
At first, it was 1 or 2 pills in a day, maybe twice a week. By the end, it was every day, 4 to 5 pills. Plus alcohol.
And now, where were you getting these pills from if you were using them so often? How did you start getting them once your old supply ran out?
My husband was still going through physical therapy and pain treatment. And he was not taking the pills, but they were still being prescribed. So I used his pills. I would get prescription pills and take his pills. And when those would run out, I would obtain them illegally. I'm sorry? When those pills would run out, I would obtain them illegally.
Was your husband aware that you were taking his pills?
No, he was not.
Because was he using them at the time or?
He was not. He actually told me not to fill the prescription and I would do it behind his back.
Okay. So he had an ongoing prescription due
Yes,
to
he
his
did.
issues.
Yes, he did.
Okay, so you would go to the pharmacy and just fill them. Okay. Now, obviously, your way of thinking back then and your way of dealing with stress, can you describe why that was not the way to do it?
It led me to make decisions that were terrible for my life as well as the life of the people I affected with my actions.
Were they long-term or short-term fixes?
Very short-term fixes with long-term terrible effects.
Okay. And obviously you had issues with dishonesty, correct?
That's correct.
With your husband at that time for taking his pills and then with the union.
Yes.
And then were you to fund your addiction? Is that why you started taking from the union?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Was it fair to say that you were barely making enough money to sustain the household? And so
Yes.
if you needed more pills, you have to.
Take away from that, yes.
Do you want to learn to change those behaviors?
Yes, I do.
What steps have you taken thus far to do that?
I discontinued the use of pills. I've taken a drug offenders course, anti-theft course. I've enrolled in college to try and improve my financial situation so that I can get a better position.
Okay, when was the last time you used pills without a prescription?
December 18, 2018.
When was that?
That was the day I got fired from the union.
So that was a wake-up call.
Yes,
And if the judge tested you today, you'd be clean.
yes, I would.
Okay. And you said you took an anti-theft course.
Yes.
How long was that course?
About 14 or 16 hours.
Okay. Was it the longest one you could find?
Yes,
Okay, so there were other shorter ones, but you took the longest.
Yeah.
And you said you took a drug offender education program.
yes, we did.
Can you describe to the court the things that you learned in those programs?
I learned that I don't only have a problem with pills, I also have a problem with alcohol. I wasn't aware of that. I wasn't acknowledging that. I also learned that I take the easy route with pills rather than seeking help. I'm not good at asking for help. I've learned since then that that is not the way to function. And that my actions have incredible effects, especially on my family.
And you said that you're taking college classes now.
Yes, I am.
How do you fit the time in with everything going on?
I take online
You
classes.
take online classes, and you stated that's to try to get into a better financial situation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Judge, at this point, I'd offer defense exhibits 1 through 4.
No objection.
And
Have they been marked?
yes, they have.
And he's already shown them.
It's the 2 certificates, 1 letter of recommendation, and then the college transcripts so
Alright.
far.
Defense exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 4 are admitted without objection.
And so you understand that the things that you've done are just a start.
Yes,
Would you take any class, whether it's mental health or substance abuse or whatever conditions the judge asks you to do, will you complete those?
Yes, I will.
Okay. Do you believe that you can change that old way of thinking permanently?
Yes.
Now, with regard to, or actually, I want to get into, with regard to, you understand that the judge, one of the conditions is that the state is asking for 60 days in the county jail.
Yes.
And you understand that it may be a possibility that the judge may consider granting that via GPS house arrest.
Judge.
Yes. All right, so everyone in the box, we're on the record. Please do not talk in the box while we're on the record. Thank you.
And so you understand that the judge, there's a possibility that the judge may accept GPS house arrest in lieu of the actual jail time.
That is what explains to me, yes.
But that's up to the judge. You don't have any control over whether she orders that or not.
Absolutely not.
And if you, there's a chance you may have to go into custody today.
Yes, there is.
Okay. Now, you explained the situation with your 5 children. How would, obviously, if you were in custody for an extended period of time, would you lose your job?
Yes, I would.
Okay, so that would have devastating effects, not just for you, but for your 5 children and your mother.
Yes.
Would
All
your
right,
husband?
just a moment. So maybe people didn't understand me. There's to be no talking in the box while we're on the record. It makes the job difficult for the court reporter. She can't hear. And if she can't hear, the defense doesn't have a record and the state doesn't have a record. All right, you may continue.
Thank you, Judge. Would your husband be able to support your household with just his income alone?
No, we would not.
Okay. And your 3 younger children, what's their situation with school?
They're homeschooled.
Okay, who does that? Do you do that?
I'm the primary person.
Okay, so obviously if you're in custody, they would not, or would your husband be able to?
Maybe, I'm not sure.
Has he done that in the past?
No,
Or
he has not.
it's been you that's been the one that's homeschooled them?
Yes.
Okay. And can you describe for the court your medical conditions that you're currently dealing with?
I'm thalassaemic as well as I have thyroid issues, and now I'm currently being examined for a heart condition.
Can you explain to the court what those first 2 mean?
Thalassemia is a disorder of the red blood cells that reduces the oxygen that circulates in your body. Thyroid is a hormone issue, and my heart issue, they're still trying to figure out what's causing it.
Could some of those issues affect your ability to fight infections if you caught some sort of illness in the jail?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you're dealing with a heart issue that is still ongoing,
Yes.
and the doctors don't know exactly what the diagnosis is. Is that
Not yet,
correct?
no.
How did that start?
It was discovered when I contracted COVID and I was not able to come to my last sentencing date because of COVID.
Okay.
That's
And
when
then
it
so
started.
when you were seen at the doctor for COVID, that's when they discovered it.
Yes.
And what did they see?
Extremely high blood pressure, and we couldn't figure out what was causing it.
Okay, so an unnaturally high level of blood pressure.
Yes, and then possible scarring on my heart.
Okay. I don't have any further questions, Judge.
All right, state.
Just a few, Your Honor. Ms. Simmons, this theft that you led to committing, that didn't all happen at once, is that right?
It did not.
This was all done over a period of time.
Yes, it was.
How long was that period of time?
Several months, almost a year. I can't exactly speak the exact time period.
And during that time, you were lying to your coworkers
Yes, I was.
and you were lying to your boss.
Yes, I
And
was.
based on what you just said on direct, you're also lying to your family.
Yes, I was.
No further questions.
Any follow?
No, Judge.
What do you do with human resources?
I'm not with Human Resources.
Well, it says in here that you're employed with human resources.
Oh, no. It's the City of San Antonio Department of Human Services.
All right, what do you do?
I'm an administrative assistant.
What is that? What are you doing?
I'm scheduling, writing letters, setting up paperwork.
Do you have access to their funding?
I do not.
Are they aware of this charge?
Yes, ma'am. I was actually arrested while I was doing my background check for the job.
All right. Defense, are they aware of what she's charged with?
Yes, Judge, they are. And I believe that, I don't know how they would handle it, but I believe if she was on deferred adjudication, she may be able to retain that job, but obviously she would definitely be fired if she had a conviction.
What are the hours you work?
I work from 7:30 to 4:30.
This is 7 a.m. to 4:30 p.m.
7:30.
Is this 7:30 a.m. to
Yes,
4
ma'am. Yes,
p.m.?
Yes, ma'am. 7:30 a.m.
What days?
Monday through Friday.
How are you homeschooling your children if those are your schedule?
Because we have an online program that we use, and then during my lunch breaks and after work, I go in and make sure that all their assignments are completed. Their assignments are completed, I get alerts, and I call home to make sure that they're getting their work done.
So what hours does your husband work?
He works the same hours, he also works for the city.
So who's supervising these children?
My mother is with them, as well as they have their older siblings that are also there, but
The mother who has the health issue?
yes, but she's still able to move around and function, yes.
Mhm. I will tell you, I don't think that older children should be in charge of supervising young children. Sometimes parents use their older children as built-in babysitters, and they're supposed to be taking care of the siblings. Those are not their children. Those are their siblings. It's the same thing with grandparents. Those are not their children. Those are their grandchildren. It really is supposed to be, do you feel like babysitting? Yes, I do. It's not supposed to be a permanent thing. Your children, your older children should have their own lives to live. And I see where some of them are 17. What are their ages?
It's 20, 19, 16, 10, and 7.
Okay, I'm sorry. Could you repeat that? 20?
20, 19, 16, 10, and 7.
And all of you are living in an apartment currently?
Yes, ma'am.
How many bedrooms?
4.
So basically, all of these, your children have 2 bedrooms amongst them? Because I'm assuming you and your husband sleep in a bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Grandmother, hopefully she has her own room.
No, she does not, ma'am.
So who is she?
She's shares a room with the 10-year-old and the 7-year-old.
That's probably not great for her.
It's not.
So why isn't the 10 and 7-year-old sharing a room with you?
They don't.
Why not?
Our
Why are
room
you
is-
putting your grandmother out?
My
If she
room-
has health issues, as you say, and I'm supposed to sympathize with that and be concerned about that and your ability to do jail time because of that and because of your conditions, why are you not being sympathetic with her and allowing her to share a bedroom with a 10-year-old and a 7-year-old? Why are you not doing that?
The room that she's in is the larger room than mine, but you're right, Your Honor, it shouldn't be that way.
She shouldn't be taking care of a 10-year-old and a 7-year-old full time when she has medical issues, as you told me. That should be on you. And the fact that you have medical issues, then your husband needs to step up. People need to stop passing the buck just because people are related biologically or love their children. People need to stop passing the buck and having other people raise their children. Your grandmother didn't decide to have these children, you did. Now, with regards to this restitution matter, how much money, does anyone know? How much money did the company pay? Did they have a deductible or something they needed to pay, or it was just, we're paying you this entire amount?
I believe they were paid out the entire amount that they requested.
I believe that's correct, Judge. The company was made whole.
All right, so here's the question. Why should I give money to an insurance company? Because as we all know, the insurance company has passed along this loss to everybody. Their rates have raised. And if she were to pay back the insurance company is not going to give any money back to any other people whose rates were raised because they had to pay out this money. So why should I order her to pay this? I think I feel like she should pay something.
It is the natural consequence of her actions, just because, there's going to be a car wreck doesn't mean that you don't be responsible. I think that because they were looking out for the possibility that this could happen, protecting themselves from loss, they were made whole, and that insurance company is the one who's now on the hook for.
Then why doesn't the insurance company just sue her?
they have that opportunity, Judge, if they wanted to.
And Judge, just for your edification, that is why we included it below the line there, not the named complainant on the indictment.
All right. Because I know when people have car accidents, or if there's, like in California, they have this big storm that's happening, and everybody's insurance rates are going to go up because the insurance company are acting as though they haven't been collecting premiums from everybody. They're going to increase everybody's rates. And with regards to this company, if she were to pay this amount back, is that insurance company then going to say, oops, we've got that money back, we're going to give everybody a discount?
I can't speak to what they'll do, but
Oh, they probably won't.
I think you're right.
This is me, just, wondering why insurance companies take everybody's premiums every month. And it doesn't cover anything because they still end up increasing everybody's rate. But there we have it. So was the complainant out of anything?
No, Your Honor, there were, the mental distress caused by having to go through the insurance claim. Mr. Kendon is here if you would like to speak with me.
I'm sorry, who?
The victim, the owner of the complainant business.
I mean, if you want to call him, you can call him as a witness.
Judge, in the PSI, they're not asking for any money because they were paid everything.
Okay.
There will be a brief victim impact statement, but I don't think we need him as a witness, Your Honor.
All right, so I see that she doesn't have any prior criminal history. Is there a reason why the state is opposed to deferred adjudication?
And that's just because of the nature of the crime and the long-term deception. We think that the case merits a conviction.
All right. Ms. Simmons, you have a choice. Usually I can't give people choices. I can place you on 8 years deferred adjudication, or either you can have a conviction. And with a conviction, you'll be on probation for 4 years.
I'll accept the 8 years deferred adjudication now.
All right, the court is going to sentence you to 8 years deferred adjudication. I'm not going to grant this restitution, but I am going to give you a $2,500 fine. There should be parenting classes. The theft course, the court sees that she's already taken the theft course. She'll need to provide that documentation to probation. There should be no contact with Southwest Gulf Coast Regional, I cannot read this word here, Regional Council. There's to be regular reporting by Zoom or in person, outpatient treatment with probation. There's to be 90 meetings in 90 days. That can be NA or AA. I'm going to want field visits 2 times per month until further notice. And there's to be regular UAs. Probation, is there anything else?
Your Honor, on the outpatient treatment, do you want that intensive or supportive?
Intensive.
And along with that, can I have a TAPS?
My understanding is the TAP evaluation has been done.
Oh, yes, Your Honor, my apologies. Proof of employment.
Thank you. See, it's been a long time since we'll be back.
Yes, no.
Proof of employment within 15 days. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors.
And one more, please, Your Honor. Did you, any community service hours?
We'll do 180 hours of community service restitution. 40 of those hours will be waived once you've completed parenting classes. The remainder will be waived if you provide proof of full-time enrollment in school. And for the court, full-time enrollment is at least 9 hours. I myself would take 21 hours a semester, but I'm not expecting that of you. But so at least 9 hours. Probation, is there anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Is there anything else you need from the court in order to be successful?
Can I have therapy, please?
What type of therapy are you requesting?
Mental health?
All right, can we do a MIC evaluation, please? Thank you for letting me know that. Anything else?
That's it.
All right, I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
Because this is a plea bargaining agreement, because I followed your plea bargaining agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Judge, real quick, one point of clarification. You're asking for a 60-day jail sanction. It was below the line on the plea bargain. I was just asking if you're opposing that or holding an advance or anything like that.
I'm not going to impose that. Thank you. All right, is there anything else from either side?
I just wanted to clarify, I guess, what just happened was, so that's not being ordered.
No.
Because she has to do the 90 meetings in 90 days.
No, it's just not being
It's
ordered.
not part.
All right, anything else?
Nothing else from the state, Your Honor?
No, Judge.
All right, you said there's victim impact?
We do have victim impacts.
All right. And we're off the record. You're welcome.
Thank you.
And then after this, we'll take up the immigration matter. Yeah. Well, after the immigration thing, because the immigration person has to go back. All right, is there anything you wish to say, sir?
Just that, what she did was inconceivable. It was. We're a small office and we have 6 people. We treat each other like family. And you robbed our organization every which way that you could rob. Through ordering supplies, through forging checks, everything that you could do. We have a hard time being trustworthy and stuff as an organization, just because we have union in our name. But we have guidelines and safety guidelines that's supposed to prevent that from happening. And you took our trust because you were over every bit of what you did. Threw it out the window. As far as I'm concerned, you should have got an Academy Award for what you said today, because I saw you come into work every day. You wasn't on anything. You were polite. You had a good personality, a good disposition every single day. You were there at work. And I know why. You didn't want nobody digging back there to find out what was going on. You got out light.
Right, thank you. Probation will go over conditions with you. Mr. Martinez, who do you have with the immigration?
Yeah, Your Honor, perhaps I can fill in the court. After speaking with my client, all she was gonna do is request some time to hire an immigration lawyer.
Oh, have her come forward, please. Who is your client?
Well,
What's her name?
Caitlin Cantu.
Judge, looks like we do have an interpreter.
Yes, good morning. How are you doing?
Hi, thank you, Judge Bradley.
And we're not on the record. Oh, you know what? We're not on the record. You can be excused and come back in 5 minutes. All right, Ms. Cantu, my understanding that you need an immigration attorney.
Yes.
Are you hiring an attorney or do you need one appointed to you for immigration purposes?
To get an appointed attorney.
All right, so I wanted to be clear, that immigration attorney is not your over global immigration attorney. That immigration attorney is just going to be here to let you know how this criminal case affects your immigration attorney.
Yes.
All right, do you understand?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can you get an immigration attorney for her? All right, and when do we want to, can we recall this in 30 days, please? What date? All right, we're going to come back on February 6th. The immigration attorney is going to get in touch with you. You need to speak to that attorney. Do you understand?
Right.
All right, is there anything else,
That's
counsel?
all we have.
All right, Ms. Ferguson will give you the reset form and she will give you the immigration attorney information.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes.
Thanks.
Happy New Year.
Thank you. Happy New Year to you too. I like this office better.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And are you already on the other matter? Oh, come forward. And what is the, I'm sorry, what's the name of this case? Let me find it. All right, so where are we?
I have the complainant's cell phone extraction or everything that the state has as far as the cell phone extraction. And they had previously turned over everything that they had for the defendant's cell phone. And so I wasn't sure if they had a larger extraction, but they've already turned over everything that they do have.
So you have all the discovery? Just 1 second. This is just for sentencing, is that correct? What are we,
No.
or is this a motion to revoke?
No, Your Honor, this is, on this case, we had a writ of habeas corpus that you signed off on to withdraw his original plea. And this is a discovery conference because I'm taking a leave soon, that May 2nd for trial,
All right, when is this set for jury trial?
May 2nd.
Okay,
Yeah, so we just wanted to get the discovery matters resolved before I left.
okay. If you all can do the acknowledgement of discovery then?
I do have the acknowledgement form.
All right, thank you.
I don't know if it's the full, the 3914.
Yes.
Acknowledgement. Okay, I'll do.
Only one I have is this, Judge.
We can do.
Oh, no. Just ask the counsel, if you ask the state to print that out for you, and then I can sign it.
This one, and then, Judge, you want the entire discovery acknowledgement or just? one
Yes.
for today?
The entire.
Oh, okay, I'll do that.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, can my client just sit or do you need him to stay?
Sure, he needs to sign the, make sure he has the reset form. I know you say it's set for May 2nd, and he already has that. But since we had this hearing today, just have Ms. Ferguson give him another reset form that has the May 2nd date on it. All right, and then after that, your client is excused because you just need to file the discovery acknowledgement. All right.
Yeah, I approach Judge when ready, when convenient.
Sure, just give me a moment.
You sit here or turn around?
Oh, just have a seat. I'll call you up. Thank you.
I go to the restroom first.
Sure.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Who's here on Scott Marcelino?
I believe it was a year, right?
It was here.
He's not here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Julius Clayton? Yes.
It's like you stepped out, Judge.
Sure.
Yourself. You're on. I
Yes.
think Mr. Clayton might have gone to the restroom. He was just back there like 2 minutes ago and.
Okay. All right, I'm here.
I just.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
I'm gonna give her a call in 2 minutes.
Thank you. All right, who are the parties on Robert Trevino?
Sorry, I think his defense counsel was Julius Clayton, and he just walked out. So it's the same attorney.
All right,
If that's all right, Judge.
sure.
Okay.
Just wait, Marcelino Scott.
All right, just give me one moment and I'll call you up
I'll let
just
the attorney
in a
know.
moment. All right, Amir, you have Scott.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, where's your client?
He's up here. Judge.
Oh, have him come up. All right, what is happening with this case?
Judge State has made an offer with deferred. Mr. Scott wants the trial on this case. Your Honor.
All right, do you have all the discovery?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll need a discovery acknowledgement.
Yes, Judge.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can you set this in February for a plea deadline date?
February 6th, Judge.
All right, your plea deadline date is going to be February 6th. On that date, you need to let the court know whether or not you're accepting the state's offer. If you choose not to accept the offer, then the court will not consider any plea bargaining agreements without good cause. Do you understand? Otherwise, you have to plea open to the court. All right, Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form and then you're excused.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Have a seat.
Thank you. All right, you are excused. You're welcome.
Your Honor, I'm in for Robert Trevino if you want to move forward.
All right, Julius Clayton. Who's here on Julius Clayton?
Your Honor, but he's still not back in the courtroom. I didn't see him. I'm assuming he's in the restroom, but because he was just in here.
All right, well, we'll see what happens.
He is also on Robert.
All right. All right, everyone needs to whisper and no talking in the box. Court is calling 2022 CR 3708 State of Texas versus Robert Trevino. Can I have parties announce?
Mario Moreno for the defendant, Your Honor.
State?
Jason Garrett for the state, Your Honor.
And are you Mr. Trevino? Are you Mr. Trevino?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery in this case and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Trevino, I'm showing you what's entitled application for deferred adjudication or community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Trevino, I'm showing you what's entitled court admonishments and defendants waivers and affidavit of admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, y'all need to be quiet in the box because we're on the record. All right, did you understand that you're charged with the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon? That's a second-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea bargain agreement in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 20 years in prison? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, my understanding is that this case was previously being handled by Nathaniel Navy.
That's correct, Your Honor. And I had a motion for substitution of counsel filed with the court. It should be in the court's file as of this morning.
And the court has signed that motion to substitute. Do you have any objection to this attorney substituting in?
No.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yeah, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do believe so.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Trevino, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea bargain agreement, there is to be a $2,500 fine and the state recommends deferred adjudication. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
It is, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you outside the plea bargain agreement. The state is requesting that your deferred adjudication be for a term of 8 years. There'll be a TAP evaluation, 250 hours community service restitution, no contact with Roger Delgado Garcia, 1200003 Stoney, Stoney Park, San Antonio, Texas, 78246. Jorge Rocio, and 3506 Stony Don, San Antonio, Texas, 78247. And I believe this is Antoinette Flores. Did you, that's okay. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, actually, did you understand that those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations? All right, then to the offense as charged in the indictment, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest, Your Honor.
State any evidence.
State exhibit number 1 with this attachment, Your Honor, offered for the court.
Any objections?
No objection.
Mr. Trevino, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, we're off the record. Deputy Lawrence, could you meet us, please? Both parties approach. Okay, we can go ahead and get it fixed and then we'll come back.
Thank you, Judge.
Sure.
Sorry, just, I am gonna take this apart. Is that
No,
okay?
that's
Okay.
fine. And we'll put it on the record.
You ready? No, I was already, that was. Oh, okay. Good. Yeah, we should be good here.
Your Honor, if I may, just for the court's notice, Mr. Clayton is back in court.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, we're back on the record. All right, and state, are you asking to withdraw states exhibits 1 and attachments?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection from the defense?
No objection.
All right, and then state, are you representing states exhibits 1 and attachments?
Yes, Your Honor, with some minor alterations and correction.
No objections from that.
All right, and Mr. Trevino, are you aware of the changes that have been made to the document?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to show you again what's entitled waiving consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt as you applied for deferred adjudication. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Trevino, what are your issues? Why did this happen?
Neighbor harassing me, vandalizing my property.
Well, I mean, that's where you call the police. You don't take matters into your own hand, because then things escalate. And
Your Honor, I
we end up
understand
here.
I made a mistake.
Well, you made a choice.
I
A
made bad
mistake.
choice.
Let me just tell you what a mistake is. Here's a mistake. If I come to court and I didn't check the weather and my mom didn't call me and say it's going to be raining, and I come to court and I didn't bring my umbrella. I'm sitting next to somebody and somebody says, hey, it's raining outside. I see people coming in with their umbrellas. And as I'm getting ready to leave the court, I decide to take somebody's umbrella. That's a choice. Let me tell you what a mistake is. I come to court. I know it's going to rain outside. My mom has already told me, hey, Stephanie, it's going to rain. And I come to court. I have a black umbrella. The person sitting next to me has a black umbrella. I've done my business for the day at court. I get up, I leave, I take my black umbrella. I go outside, I open it up. My initials are not on it. And I realize that I have the wrong umbrella. That's a mistake. What you did was a choice. And how old are you?
65.
You're old enough to start making better choices. You're in the same situation I'm in life, which is I'm in the twilight of my life. You're in the twilight of your life, unless you're planning on living to be 200. So there comes a point in time where we've got to stop making horrible choices. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you employed?
Yes, Your Honor.
What do you do?
Lawn maintenance.
Okay. When you say lawn maintenance, what does that mean?
Cut the grass, blow, weedy
Do you edge?
edge.
Do you take care of plants as well?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So why are my gardenias having a hard time?
Why?
Why are my gardenias and my Rose of Sharon having a hard time? I protected it for the winter.
Feed them.
I do feed them regular.
Fertilization.
I talk to them, feed them, and they're just like, no, we're done. I guess that's Texas for you. Do you have any children?
No, ma'am. I'm single, never been married.
Well, that may be a good thing.
Yeah.
No offense to the people who are married, but marriage is work. People tell me that's a second job. So are you still in contact with these parties?
No.
Are you still living on this street?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so how's he gonna?
Your Honor, mainly for the no contact order the state's requesting. Obviously, him driving by the house occasionally is fine, but we're asking that at least no contact physically, or even like communicating telephone calls, or actually waving or waving anything at these individuals that still live on that same street.
Well, you can't say hi, you can't speak to them. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Although my mom always says, it doesn't hurt to say hi to somebody, but it will hurt if you say hi to them. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Is that going to be a problem for you?
No, ma'am. No.
And don't blow any grass or anything on their lawns, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Are there any drug issues?
No, Your Honor.
What do you do in your spare time?
I lift weights and I play drums.
All right. How much weight are you lifting?
Well, I bench 165, I squat 200.
Oh, well, there you go. All right. Good to know. Weightlifting is always good when you're in the twilight of your life and before. All right. I'm going to sentence you to $2,500 fine. That'll be probated. 8 years deferred adjudication. Regular reporting by Zoom or in person. Regular UAs. Field visits 2 times per month until further notice. Proof of employment within 15 days. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. 250 hours community service restitution. 40 of those hours will be waived if you provide proof of the COVID vaccination with booster. Court is not requiring you to get the COVID vaccination, but if you do, 40 of those hours will be waived. There's to be no contact with Roger Delgado Garcia or their address, and no contact with Jorge Recio, RECIO, or his address, and no contact with Antoinette Flores or her address, and anger management. Probation, is there anything else he needs? All right, Miss,
Sorry
yes.
to interrupt you. I failed to mention on there, Roger Delgado Garcia. Can we put and family, because he does have a wife and family members that live at that location.
All right, in family and also in family for Mr. Rocio and Mr. Flores.
Thanks.
All right, Mr. Trevino, is there anything else you need from the court in order to be successful?
Your Honor, I just want to say that Roger is still harassing me. And
In what way?
I don't need this, you know?
I said, in what way is he harassing you?
Well, he's like flipping me off, you know. The other day, I stopped using my garage door because it broke on me and I had it repaired and I would go in and out of my house that way, right? So I would go, instead of using the garage door, I said, I'm gonna start going in my side door on my house. So I have a lock on my gate, right? Well, that guy, he put glue on my lock. So I couldn't open it and he's sitting out there laughing at me, you know?
All right, did you see him put glue on your lock?
I didn't see him, but he's the only one I've been having hassles with, you know?
I mean, unless you have a Mrs. Kravitz in the neighborhood who can tell you that happened, or you have somebody to tell you that he put glue on your lock. I mean,
You know,
all
I know it's just, you know, I'm just saying, you
let
know.
me ask you
I have
this.
no proof of it.
How old are your neighbors?
Huh?
How old are your neighbors?
He's like 62.
All right, come on, people.
Yeah.
You know, here's the thing. People just need to be kind to each other. And you know what? If he's slipping you off, guess what? Laugh, ignore it, and keep going. If you see him or you think that he has done something to your gate or to your locks, call the police. Just don't even get involved with him. And usually what I will tell you, when people have so much anger inside them and when people are nasty and mean to other people, there are some issues internally with them.
Your Honor, I just want to say one thing about Roger Delgado is that I've lived there for 17 years and this man has never had a real job. He's basically a domestic abuser. His wife works every day. I'm friends with his wife.
Well, here's the thing. You're no longer friends with his wife.
No longer, no.
No, so you're not going to have any contact with her.
I'm gonna have any
And here's
contact.
the other thing. Nobody knows what goes on behind closed doors unless you are in that household. You don't know if he does or does not have a job. You don't know why he does not have a job. You don't know if he's worked all his life and maybe has some sort of injury. Everybody needs to mind their own business. Now, if you see a crime being committed or you think a crime is being committed, then pick up the phone and call the police and help somebody out. If you think there's domestic violence going on in his house and you're aware of it, pick up the phone, call the police. But as far as you having contact with him or the other neighbors in that list, as far as you contacting their family or being friends with them, you're not allowed to. Don't send flowers, don't text, don't talk about them on Facebook. It's as if those are abandoned homes and you don't know anybody who lives there.
Yes, Your Honor.
That will make your life so much easier. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there anything else I can give you to make you successful on this probation?
No.
All right, I'm gonna show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because this is plea bargaining agreement, because I followed your plea bargaining agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Trevino, good luck to you. Spend time with the flowers.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Probation will go over conditions with you. All right, Julius Clayton. All right, State, do you have an objection to their motion for continuance?
No, yeah. This individual, I believe, was just placed on this case because the previous attorney left that law firm.
All right, we're gonna bring you back on the 23rd.
This month, Your Honor?
Yes. Well, is that enough time for you?
Potentially, but there is another, I found out about this morning from speaking with Mr. Nettles, who's the other attorney listed on this case. There was a request put in and funds sent over to the court reporter for records of previous motion hearings that was held in this case. We're still just waiting on those, and I believe they, based on discussions with Mr. Navy and with Mr. Nettles, those would be important for trial in this case. So I will report back to the court on that day. We may have received it, but
All right, what motions were heard on this case?
I believe it was a motion to dismiss.
Yes. For failure to preserve,
Yes.
for failure to preserve error. I'm sorry, for failure to preserve evidence.
Yes, Your Honor. But that was conducted by Jessica Gonzalez, when she was his attorney at the time. It was not with our office, so we believe we need those records.
All right, we're still gonna go on the
Understood.
January 23rd.
Yes,
The fact that the motion was heard on the dismissal for the state not preserving certain material. The court has already made its ruling on that.
Yes, Your Honor. We were just requesting the transcript.
All right, thank you. Ms. Ferguson, can you make sure Brenda has the transcript for that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we'll see you back on the 23rd for jury trial, and Ms. Ferguson will give you the reset form.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. January. All right, Mariah Lopez.
Judge President, she's asked that we go forward with the jury trial.
All right, the discovery acknowledgement I have has no attachment, so there was no evidence in this case.
Yes,
So I just have a blank sheet.
I've gotten the evidence in the case.
All right, state, I need a discovery acknowledgement on Mariah Lopez. Is this criminal trial division or family violence?
Family violence.
All right, if you want to give this to family violence.
Is it just the discovery?
Yes.
Okay, I can-
Oh, no, Ms. Lopez, you can remain here.
Okay, we can do that real quick.
All right, state, have you presented an offer?
Yes, they have.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need this reset for next week for a plea deadline date, please. All right, we're going to come back on the 17th. At that time, you need to let the court know whether or not you're accepting the offer that's been tendered. If you choose not to accept the offer, then your plea deadline date will have expired. And the only offer to accept, the court will accept our offers open to the court. Otherwise, the court will accept an offer only for good cause. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am. I already declined the offer, so.
All right, we'll bring you back on the 17th, and then if you choose not to accept it, you'll be set for trial on the 23rd. Thank you.
Francisco.
Who's here? And David Leon? All right. Great. Mr. Leon, come on down. Yes, come down. All right, what is happening with this case?
Hello, Judge. Judge, we had a hearing in front of Judge Carruthers a couple of weeks ago. He set a bond. My client had been remanded without bond. And apparently my client's made that bond, but he's also been ordered to have a GPS thing installed. That's what he's working on before he can get released. He has I have filed a motion to appoint an investigator because after reviewing the state's file, Judge, I felt that that one is necessary in order for us to properly prepare for this case.
All right, and the court received that, but there was no investigator listed.
Oh,
It was
well,
blank.
yeah, I didn't want to presume to But
No,
Cindy-
I will-
Cindy Fisher. That's who I usually ask for.
All right, if you'll file the motion with her name in there, if you want to take the copy you have, write her name in, court will sign it
Okay, I have a proposed order too, but can I fill that in as well?
for the, oh, just fill in the name.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and have you received all the discovery?
Well, I can't say that at this time, Judge, only because this, hence my reason for the appointment of an investigator. For example, this is they claim my client tried to enter a property, but his side of it is that he was trying to visit a friend whose identity is not located in the police report at all. So that's why I'm trying to see.
All right. Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 30-day reset on David Leon, please? All right, we'll come back on February 7th, and that'll be for discovery acknowledgement. And state at that time, you'll need to be prepared to tender an offer.
Okay.
And counsel, if you'll get that for me, I will sign it. You're welcome. Who's here on Gerardo Yenes?
I'm first on that, Your Honor.
And counsel, your client needs to be in the middle. All right, what is happening with this case?
Judge, we were set on a first trial setting today. This is the first opportunity I've had to meet Mr. Yanez. I hadn't had communication with him before today. He's expressed to me that it's his desire to retain an attorney on this case.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a 2-week reset on Mr. Yanez. Yes.
I get my check on the first.
We would ask Judge if maybe we could set it mid-February so he could get his check on the first and then make attempts to meet and hire an attorney on the case.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, set it for the 2nd week in February, please.
I can do February.
I need the week of the 6th.
February 7th.
All right, we're going to come back on February 7th. At that time, you need to have an attorney. If you have one in counsel, you'll still be on the case until that time.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Ms. Ferguson will give you the reset form. Who's here on Jerron Crawford?
That's me, Judge. Mr. Crawford.
All right, what is happening with this case, Mr. Montgomery?
This case was indicted in the middle of October. The first setting was in December. Today, we've had some negotiations. The parties are getting closer together. In fact, I was told my counteroffer was reasonable. Nice to hear. The state wants to contact their complaining witness, and I'd ask you to give us a plea bargain deadline.
State, when are you going to have that done?
Your Honor, I'll try to reach out to her today. I would ask for a week.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can you recall this next week, please?
On the 17th.
I'm sorry, what?
The 17th, Judge?
All right, we'll come back on January 17th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Take care. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
That's what we deadline.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
Who's here on Adam Aguilar? All right, if your client can come forward. Court is calling 2022 CR 8628, State of Texas versus Adam Aguilar. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Oscar Salinas from State of Texas.
Defense?
Thomas Beck for defense.
Your client needs to be in the center. And are you Mr. Aguilar?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, I'm showing you the discovery acknowledgement. Have you received all discovery in this case, and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Judge.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Aguilar, I'm showing you what's entitled application for deferred adjudication or community supervision. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it? Next, I'm showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Judge.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Aguilar, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, sir.
Did you understand you're charged with unauthorized use of a vehicle? That's a state jail felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, sir.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, sir.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call in the right to remain silent? Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights? And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes.
Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to $10,000 fine?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
He has, Judge.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I believe that, Your Honor.
Mr. Aguilar, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea? Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Off the record for a moment, excuse me. You all need to move that to the end. Deputy Mejia, could you place him on the back row? All right. I'm showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? According to the plea bargain agreement, there's a $500 fine. State recommends deferred adjudication. They will take in consideration County Court cause number 688678. There's to be restitution in cause number 688678 and 2000 and in this case as well. Did you understand that to be the plea? Defense, is that the plea?
It is, Judge. We would ask that you probate the fine.
All right, state, is that the plea?
Yes, Judge.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, sir.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand? Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, Judge.
Next, I'm showing you outside the plea bargain agreement. State is requesting that your deferred adjudication be for a term of 5 years. There'll be a TAP evaluation, 100 hours of community service restitution, no contact with Ray Curtis, no contact with Alicia, ELISHA Williams, and anger management. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations? Then to the offenses charge, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence.
This Judge, state offers with the marked as State's Exhibit 1 and its attachments and evidence.
No objection.
Mr. Aguilar, I'm showing you what's entitled waiving consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand? Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence State's Exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing State's Exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. Court will defer finding of guilt as you applied for deferred adjudication. Are we proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Yes, Your Honor. We would ask for a term of less than 5 years.
All right.
And we would ask to follow the plea bargain.
All right, Mr. Aguilar, where are you going to be living? Do you have a place to stay? Because it shows that you were homeless.
Yeah, I stay with my girl. I stay at the Cold Street.
You say you stay with your girl. Who is your girl? Is this your girlfriend?
Huh?
Is this your girlfriend?
Yes,
Does she have any children?
yes,
How many?
4,
What are their ages?
27, 21, 19, and I think 20. Yeah, I'm wrong.
All right, do they live with her?
No,
And in the general area, where does she live?
by St. Philip College.
Okay. And what does she do for a living?
She works like healthcare a little bit. She helps her grandma from time to time.
So she's a home healthcare provider paid for by the government.
No, not paid. She just helps.
So how does she make a living?
Her grandma then pays her, like, I guess under the table, you say. I really not explain like that, but I mean,
I understand the way you're explaining it. Maybe you shouldn't explain it that way.
yeah. So,
So, does she live with her grandmother or she lives by herself?
by herself.
So what are you bringing to the relationship?
I worked.
Hmm?
I was working before, got out trouble.
All right, why do you take a car that doesn't belong to you?
There's really no explanation for that.
So what type of work do you do?
Well, right now I was at Simmons, but I used to do foundation. I do HVAC. I was doing tape and flow. So sometimes if I'm not at Sonic, I try to do odd jobs or side jobs. And I go through temp services.
Okay. What were you doing at Sonic?
Flipping burgers. Yes.
Okay. You know, when somebody asks for well done, they need to make sure that's well done.
Yeah, or some fries or chili fries or whatever
Yeah.
kind of whatever
Yeah.
you want.
I learned that they actually have a slushy there that's a Red Bull slushy.
Yes.
I don't drink Red Bull, nothing wrong with Red Bull,
No.
but I learned that.
Yeah, they do. Sometimes they have I say it continues for maybe like the period amount of time.
Mhm.
They like to make real from down on it.
Oh, they're trying to do the McRib, but only with Red Bull.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's crazy.
Yeah, well, the McRib, they say it was the farewell tour. So I guess we'll see November, December
Right.
of this year, what happens. All right, you know, you're going to need to stay in contact with probation.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, they say in this report that you were caught with marijuana. You can't smoke while you're on probation. When's the last time you had marijuana?
To be honest, maybe like 3-4 months ago, I really kind of stopped my own. So,
Don't test positive for marijuana.
okay,
You're not allowed to drink alcohol either.
okay. I'm fine.
You
with that.
understand?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
All
ma'am.
right. Is there anything else from either side?
No, Judge, we would just ask that you probate the fine and have to shorten the term of probation.
All right. We're gonna do a $500 fine probated. This cause number 688678. What is your girlfriend's name?
Rachel
What's the last name?
Aguilar.
It's not a family violence case, Judge. It's a
Okay.
regular assault.
All right, so $500 fine probated, 4 years deferred adjudication. Take in consideration County Court cause number 688678. Restitution in 688678. In the instant case, if any. 100 hours of community service restitution. 40 of those hours will be waived if you provide proof of the COVID vaccination with booster. Court is not requiring you to do that, but if you do, 40 of those hours will be waived. How far did you go in school?
High school diploma.
Okay. What are you planning on doing with the rest of your life?
To be honest, I'm just thinking about re-enrolling in school, probably go for HVAC, or they have this school for mechanic, military, the SVTV, SV, Thousand Texas, Volcano, Institute. So I've been thinking about going back to school and working on cars, but not just yet. I want to get financially stable first before I enroll in school.
All
Now
right.
I gotta pay for my fees and books and stuff like that.
All right. Well, you're talking to someone who went to law school and didn't buy any books because it wasn't in the budget. So there's a way to do it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Spend all your time at the library. Whatever book they have on the list, you just go to the library and check it out.
Everybody's that I've been trying to get into, not into, but been thinking about more going.
You need your library card.
Yes, an ID.
Yes. All right. Proof of employment within 15 days. No employment as a home healthcare provider with minors. If you obtain a trade school certificate in HVAC or whatever else, the remaining of the community service hours will be waived. There's to be no contact with Ray Curtis, Alicia Williams, anger management, regular reporting by Zoom or in person. There's to be regular UAs, field visits, one time per month until further notice. Probation, is there anything else that's needed? Mr. Aguilar, is there anything else you need from the court to be successful? All right, I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it? Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand? All right, we can go off the record. You're going to have to do better. People don't like you riding in their vehicles when they didn't give you permission. All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Take this time, go on, please.
Yes.
Layered. All right, who's here on Salim Hargett? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Oh, since we're in a new courtroom, everything has been switched. So now defense attorneys are on the side.
It's gonna take a while to get used to it.
Yes, good seeing you, Mr. Rodriguez. How's the new year treating you?
Very good so far, very good.
See, you jinxed it by putting so far in there. You should just say, it's gonna be fabulous.
Fabulous. Let me fix that.
Yeah, so we'll start over like that didn't happen. How's the new year? So
Fabulous year so far.
you still, you know, guys.
I can't help it. I'm always like pessimistic like that.
Okay.
I apologize.
Oh, no. Court is calling 2022 CR 5312, State of Texas versus Salim Hargett. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Oscar Salinas.
Defense?
Manuel Rodriguez for Mr. Hargett.
And are you Mr. Hargett?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to show you what's entitled Motion to Enter Adjudication of Guilt and Revoke Community Supervision. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you the same Salim Nader Hargett who was placed on deferred adjudication in 2022 CR 5312 for the offense of unauthorized use of a vehicle on July 28, 2022 for a period of 2 years? Is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, state.
Violated condition number 4 in Bear County, Texas, the defendant Salim Nader Hargett did then and there fail to report as directed by the court supervision officer for the months of August 2022, September 2022, and October 2022, and or duly authorized agent of the court in violation of condition number 4.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
State waives and abandons remain
Any
allegations.
objections to the state's waivers?
None.
Mr. Hargett, did you understand by pleading true to violation of condition number 4, the court could find it true, grant the motion, find you guilty, and sentence you up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine? Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of condition number 4? Court will find violation of condition number 4 true. Is there an agreement?
Yes, sir, there is an agreement. We'd ask the court to enter an adjudication of guilt, revoke his deferred adjudication, and sentence him to 180 days in state jail.
All right, is that the agreement?
Yes, it is.
And Mr. Hargett, are you asking the court to follow that agreement? Are you waiving your right to appeal? All right, can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand. How old are you?
23.
All right, why were you not reporting?
Honest truth, the first month, August.
Okay, people, let me tell you something. When people start a sentence with, in all honesty, usually what follows is not honesty. And when they say with all due respect, usually what follows is not respect. So,
The month of August, I was actually still in jail.
okay,
Not here, but in B County. I was moved from San Antonio to B County. So
Okay.
August, I was in jail. The beginning of September, as soon as I got out, my dad passed away. And I was doing paperwork, having meetings and stuff like that for the money and stuff after he passed away, the life insurance policy. Honestly, I just was busy. It's still, there's no real excuse for not showing up.
all right. So I'm gonna give you a choice. Sometimes I can give people choices, sometimes I can't give choices. The state and your council have come to an agreement to give you the minimum sentence for this, which is 180 days in the state jail facility. We can do that, otherwise I can continue you. And what I will do is, for your punishments, you are gonna have weekly reporting for a period of time. Or I can revoke you, you can do your 180 days, you have a felony conviction on your record. That probably will affect what you're planning on doing with the rest of your life. But this offense may impact it anyway.
Okay, if I were to agree to going back on probation with that, still, when I still go ISF or not?
That was the recommendation of probation, Judge.
I don't know.
If the answer is no, then I will accept.
No, here's the thing. I always tell people, if we could write our own program, guess what? I wouldn't have a job. Your attorney wouldn't have a job. The state wouldn't have a job because everybody would be living in a utopia. But we can't write our own program because some of us can't write a program and stick to it. You know, I'm trying to stick to my diet program. It's a new year. I haven't eaten any sweets this year so far.
When?
Yeah. So it's up to you. If you want the 180 days, then I will follow your agreement to give you 180 days, but we're not bargaining on, will you put me in ISF? Will you not put me in ISF?
The only reason that I mentioned ISF is because I still have several things to do for my dad's funeral. So the amount of time that I may have to wait to go to ISF is basically not ISF themselves.
Probation, what's wait time for ISF?
Are we talking state or local?
We're just doing cognitive. I'm assuming that's what the request is.
I was told 2 to 3 weeks earlier.
That is correct.
So what is the purpose for, why is probation requesting ISF?
Your Honor, I believe it's the justification is he does not appear to have consideration for the property of others and would benefit from the cognitive restructuring provided by the local ISF.
Oh, you said that he doesn't respect other people's property?
Based on the offense, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. Some people didn't get this in preschool and kindergarten and first grade. Don't take what doesn't belong to you. If you go to somebody's house, invite it, and they ask you to leave, leave. Don't accept an invitation through third parties unless you're the person that you're going with is you're married to you, or they give them the permission to bring a +1. Do you understand that? So do you want the 180 days in the state jail facility, or do you want to be continued? And whether or not I send you to cognitive or not, we'll see what happens.
I'd like to continue.
All right, so I'm going to deny the motion. Alternate man conditions to weekly reporting. For 3 months. And that will be by Zoom or in person. We're going to continue with the field visits until further notice. And all of the conditions remain. Is there anything else from either side?
Nothing.
All right, we're off the record. you had better realize that you could be going to the state jail facility. I know people think, it's just a state jail facility. Guess what? It's still a prison.
Yes, no, I completely understand. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
Madam President,
Yes.
I had a big appellate win in CPS case. Something I don't think has ever happened before, maybe.
Congratulations. You
Yeah.
have to send me the
Yeah.
information on it.
I'll have to send it. Yeah,
All right.
pretty good one.
Thanks. All right, who's here on Arthur Scarborough?
Come to me, Your Honor.
Are y'all ready to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, court is calling 2019 CR 8528, State of Texas versus Arthur Scarborough. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Michael Villery off the state.
Matt
Stolhansky, Mr. Scarborough.
And are you Mr. Scarborough? Showing you what's entitled motion to enter adjudication of guilt and revoke community supervision. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Are you the same Arthur Scarborough who was placed on deferred adjudication in 2019 CR 8528 for the offense of aggravated sexual assault of a child on March 28, 2022 for a period of 10 years? Is that you?
Yes.
State?
Violated conviction number 13B on or about the 24th day of August 2022 in Bexar County, Texas. The defendant, Arthur Etoku Scarborough, defendant there failed to comply with the instructions of the Bexar County Community Supervision and Corrections Department Sex Offender Program, and that the defendant failed to comply with the instructions of Lone Star Offender Treatment Program, his court ordered sex offender treatment program, and that the defendant was suspended from sex offender treatment for failing to admit responsibility for his offense in violation of condition number 13.
How do you think to that? True or not true?
True.
And the state would waive and abate intervening allegation.
Did you understand by pleading true to violation of condition 13B, court could find it true, grant the motion, find you guilty, and sentence you to life in prison and up to $10,000 fine?
Yes, Your Honor.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to 13B?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find 13B true. Is there an agreement?
There is not, Your Honor.
All right, state, what are you requesting?
So this is a case where I think Mr. Stolhansky would like to present first potentially, because it really are part of our argument is going to depend on potentially you willingness to admit certain culpabilities. And so, from the state's perspective, if he's willing to take some responsibility, that might lend itself to him being continued on probation with some type of like ISF. But if he's not, then the issue becomes for us is what do we do with this person who is not willing to be rehabilitated and cannot be in our community without being rehabilitated.
I don't believe ISS will accept him.
Probation, the sex offender, the SOMU that was their original recommendation. So I think they would based on that, but the court is much more knowledgeable on those aspects.
Well, I mean, we're all open to learning things. Probation, if you can look into that, and defense, do you have a witness to call?
Yes, Your Honor, I do. I would call Mr. Scarborough.
All right, can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record. All right, you're gonna need to speak up.
Arthur Scarborough.
All right, defense.
Hold on. Is this the microphone here? Was it better if I put it here?
No, just everyone just speak up.
That's great. Mr. Scarborough, you understand why you're here?
Yes.
Okay, and the at the the polygraph, they said that you denied liability or culpability. Is that correct?
Yes.
So did you ever deny that this thing happened?
No.
Okay. And tell the court what you're thinking was.
At the time, I didn't want to believe that it happened. But I accept 100% responsibility, not partial responsibility. I accept 100% responsibility.
And so it was about who instigated the start of this, because when you took your polygraph, you said that she was as much of an aggressor as you were. That's not true.
That's not true.
And that you were
I was the aggressor. I accept responsibility.
And that was the reason that he was expelled from the program.
State, do you have any questions?
So I just want to make sure that I'm clear and I'm understanding is that you reported initially to your sex offender provider that this was one unwanted and not provoked or initiated by you. Do you remember telling her? You did say that.
Yes,
And are you telling this court now that that statement is not true?
that's not.
Okay, that you did, that this was wanted and that it was provoked by you?
Right.
Okay.
I've had a lot of time to think it over, especially while I was incarcerated for 61 days, and then I'm on house arrest for the 35 days. And I realized that I am the one that's at fault.
Okay. Do you remember having a conversation with your sex offender provider, Ms. Vicki Elliott, and her giving you that opportunity to say the truth?
Yes, and at that time, I didn't want to believe that that was the truth.
And isn't it true that when she confronted with you about this and letting you know that you'd be exited from the program and that you would potentially have an MTR, that you still at that point decided that you weren't willing to take responsibility?
I did take responsibility, and I told her at that time that I accept 100% responsibility. But I still stuck to the story that I wasn't 100% at fault as the aggressor. But I realized after thinking it over for so much time that I'm 100%.
Okay. But you also
I accept the responsibility, and I wish to continue the truth.
and you understand there's a distinction between, it's not really taking responsibility to say that a child provoked this, right? That's not really taking responsibility. You understand that? So when you said initially you took responsibility, that's not really taking responsibility.
When I talked to the counselor after, I felt apology.
I'm sorry. I can't hear.
When I talked to the counselor after I felt the polygraph test, I did take 100% responsibility.
Okay.
But for her, that wasn't a good enough answer.
Okay. So you're still, you saying that it happened, but that the child provoked it and that it was
No.
unwanted is taking
No.
100% responsibility.
No, that's not.
Okay.
I accept 100% responsibility. The child did not.
I'll pass it.
Any other questions?
Pardon?
Any other questions?
I just want the court to know, tell the court about your health issues that we're dealing with.
My health issues, I have a terminal illness called cystic fibrosis that affects my lungs, mainly my digestive system and sinuses. I have chronic sinusitis.
Which is why you're wearing the mask.
Yes, I can't be around. I'm real leery of germs. I have ulcerative colitis and I have obstructive sleep apnea where I have to be on a CPAP machine. All of those things that I didn't get the proper medications and things like that when I was incarcerated. And I don't want to go through that again.
And other than that one violation, you're behind a little in the money because you didn't pay while you were.
While I was incarcerated. Yes.
But other than that, there are no new offenses.
No new offenses.
And that you are the transportation for your mother.
Yes.
And your mother goes to the doctor, hospital, at least once a week.
A couple times a month to the pharmacy as well, to the, I think for grocery shopping. She's gonna be 88 years old in a couple months. I'm the primary caregiver, which I've not been able to do for the last 95 days since I was locked up and in a house.
And she lives on your street
She lives 100 yards from me, but I can't go and see her
because of the monitor.
because of the monitor, well, house arrest. And I'm the one who takes care of her. My sister has had to take off work and suffer financial loss because of that.
All right, anything else?
One further question. Judge.
Yes.
Did you have cystic fibrosis when you committed this offense?
Yes, I was born with just
Okay.
the genetic terminal illness.
I have no further questions, but I just wanted to make the board aware that Ms. Vicki Ellie is here. If the board has any questions for her, as far as probation is concerned.
All right, would you like to call Miss Elliott? Events?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Any other witnesses from either side?
No, ma'am.
State, what are you requesting?
Judge, I'm going to request that this court revoke his supervision at this point. You've prosecuted cases, you have defended cases. I think this is a clear case where he still is. He's saying, well, I took 100% responsibility afterwards, but that's just not the case. That's why we're here. That's why he pled true, is that he didn't take responsibility. And that there is the inability at this point for the state to do anything other to ensure that our community is safe from him potentially reoffending. And that would be the place in a corrections department so that he can't have access to children. This is a case that, obviously the state recommended initially, but that was, the court's aware that we do that in certain circumstances due to victim cooperativeness and really times taking into consideration the further well-being of victims. I think he was given an opportunity. He continues to not take this seriously or make good efforts in progressing his treatment. And so we're going to ask the court to revoke his community supervision and sentence him.
All right, defense, what are you requesting?
And Your Honor, we're asking that you leave him on probation. He's done 60 days in jail. He's been on monitor for 30 house arrest for 30 days, 30 something days. That he completely admitted today in open court that he was the aggressor, wasn't the child's fault in any way. I'm not sure what the state was speaking of when he said he's not accepting responsibility. He's telling you that he did it, and he admits he did it, and it was his fault. And, he had time to think about it in jail, and that this is 100% responsible for this, and it's his fault. I would ask you to leave him on probation. He's committed no other offenses. He's been a pretty good, other than this one thing, pretty good probation.
All right, is there anything else from either side?
Nothing further to say.
All right, the court is going to grant the motion, find you guilty, sentence you to 10 years in prison, give you credit for any time served, chapter 62 registration, no contact with the complainants, showing you what's entitled trial court certification of defendants' rights to appeal. You do have a limited right to appeal, and that is as it relates to the allegation in the motion, not the fact that you were on probation. Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Good luck to you. All right, who's here? Michael Tello or Teo? Is Tello? Oh, wow, I see people confuse me with the double L's. All right, so what is happening with this case?
Your Honor, if the court recalls, at the end of last year, I was trying to get in touch with 88 Groomer because he had been on vacation and sick. And then I found out that Mr. Groomer stepped away from prosecution trial division. And then Mr. Sanders took over that positions. And unfortunately, I think Mr. Sanders has left the office. And so that was right before the holiday break. And last week I reached out and spoke with Mr. Escobar, who was the OVPA from the carryover. And he informed me of who the new first and second chairs were. And I spoke with Mr. Garahan today. And the purpose of the reset last time was to allow me to speak with the prosecutors to see if we could come to an agreement. I understand that Mr. Garahan has not completely immersed himself in the file, which is understandable. And we would ask the court for just a little bit of time to allow Mr. Garahan to become familiar with it, so he would feel comfortable in making a decision as far as a plea offer.
All right. And I will tell everybody that I empathize and I try to sympathize. But my first day as a prosecutor, you know what ended up happening? I showed up to the 379. The files were brought down to court by Miss Ferguson over there. And you know what the judge says? Family violence, you're going to trial. This is your case. And you know what I said? Oh, which case is this? And I'm like, Okay, we'll do it.
I understand.
So, what I will do is we'll recall this for the week of. Norma, is that a true story I just told?
Yes.
So there's no doubt.
Oh, I believe.
All right. We're gonna recall this, Ms. Ferguson. Can we recall this for the week of the 16th?
Of this month,
Yes.
because 16th is a holiday.
Yes.
And yeah,
A holiday / celebration.
That's right.
so it'll be the 7th.
All right, State, will you be able to make an offer by that time?
Yes, Your Honor, I am not fully immersed in the case, but I am familiar with the case and the extent of how many cases that the individual has. So I will be able to extend an offer by then.
All right, so we'll be back on the 17th, and at that time, the state will give you an offer. And it will be a quick turnaround for a plea deadline date, okay?
Yes, Russ.
All right, thank you. Is there any discovery issues still outstanding or no?
Not to our knowledge.
All right, just do the acknowledgement of discovery. If one hasn't already been done, I think it may have.
I think it has.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. That's what you're on. So
Yes.
it's not. a criminal matter. I would just like to let the court know that my father did follow the court's orders and take it easy.
Thank you. 'Cause my mom and I were saying like he better.
He did, and he's been doing a little better.
Oh, that is so awesome. I'm glad to hear that about your dad. Yes. Who's here on Francisco Hasso? Thank you.
Interpreter present.
All right, thank you. All right, and is there a prosecutor available?
Yes, I'm present for the state of Texas, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, court is calling 2022 CR 9877, State of Texas versus Francisco Hasso. Could our parties announced for the record? The
Yes,
state.
Travis Rodriguez for the state of Texas.
Defense. And are you Mr. Hasso?
Francisco Medina Hasso.
Is that who you are?
Yes. Yes.
And we have an interpreter here. Could you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly, not you, sir. Do you solemnly swear and affirm you will faithfully translate from English into Spanish and Spanish into English, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, you may lower your hand. Could you state your name for the record?
Vicky Cavazos Jones.
Counsel, do you speak Spanish?
I do.
And do you speak it fluently?
My first time. Very fluent.
And have you been able to review all of these documents with your client in Spanish?
Yes, I have.
Mr. Hasso, all of the documents that we're going to discuss are in English. Were those documents reviewed with you in Spanish?
Yes.
And have you, and did you understand those documents?
Yes.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery in this case and did you review it with your client?
I have.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Hasso, did you review the document entitled True Bill of Indictment with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
I do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
No, Your Honor, the state moves to proceed on count 3 of the indictment. That is a 3rd-degree felony, and waive and abandon the remaining counts.
Any objection? Mr. Hasso, did you review the document with your attorney entitled Court's Admonishments and Defendant's Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions?
Yes.
Did you understand in count 3, you're charged with the offense of possession of child pornography? That's a 3rd-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine.
Yes.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial? A right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent.
Yes.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea bargain agreement in this case?
Yes.
Did you understand that if you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow that plea bargain agreement? If for any reason the court does not follow that agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Yes.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes.
Mr. Hasso, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea bargain agreement?
No.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
No.
Counsel, were you aware that your client is not a U.S. citizen?
Yes.
Has he had a chance to review this plea with an immigration attorney, or did you advise him?
I advise you.
Mr. Hasso, has your client informed you of the immigration consequences of entering a plea in this case?
Yes.
Did those consequences include deportation, the denial of naturalization, and not being able to re-enter the United States?
Yes.
Did you understand the consequences of entering a plea in this cause number as it relates to your immigration status?
Yes.
And knowing those consequences, do you still wish to go forward with the plea?
Yes.
Court will find that the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. According to the plea bargain agreement, state is proceeding on count 3. Punishment is to be assessed at 4 years in the prison. There are no applications. The state is taking in consideration the following cause numbers: night mag number 671041, 671043, 671040, CM number 101289, and there's lifetime registration. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes.
Defense, is that the plea?
Yes.
State, is that the plea?
It is the state's understanding, Your Honor.
Did you review the paragraph with your attorney entitled waiver of appeal paragraph? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court.
Yes.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
There have been no motions.
Then Mr. Hasso, to count 3, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty.
State any evidence.
Yes, Your Honor. The state has previously tendered States Exhibits 1 and their attachments to opposing counsel. At this time, the state offers States Exhibit 1 and attachments to the court pending any objections.
Without objection.
Mr. Hasso, did you review the documents entitled Waiver and Consent to Stipulation of Testimony and Stipulations with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial? A right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call and the right to remain silent?
Yes.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports? But most importantly, there will be no live testimony. Did you understand?
Yes.
Court will find the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence States Exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing States Exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Strong.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Yes, sir.
Court will sentence you to 4 years in the prison. Take in consideration NIBAG number 671041, 671043, 671040. CM number 101289. And chapter 62 registration. And no contact with minors. Is there anything else from either side with regards to sentencing?
Your Honor, I do have some physical dismissals to present to the court whenever the court's ready. May I approach?
Yes. And did you review the trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much for coming down. You're welcome.
Your Honor, I have no more business. May I be excused? Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Actually, may I approach, Judge? I have not formally introduced myself. Travis Rodriguez, the District Attorney's Office.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Look forward to practicing in your court.
Oh, thank you so much. Have a good one.
Thank you as well.
You too. Who's here on Gilbert Alcorta? All right. And Norma,
Yes, ma'am.
can you have Mr. Ross come back? His client is here. Ross Rodriguez?
Yeah.
All right, so what is happening with misdemeanor court?
We were misdemeanor court on Friday and he's reset to the 25th to complete his classes ahead of time, so we're set for a plea on the 25th.
All right, who's in misdemeanor court? Which court is this?
Eight. Trying to put it.
Who's 8?
That's Judge Mary Romano. I don't know if you have to be the prosecutor, Judge, I probably couldn't.
So what are the prosecutors requiring him to complete some classes before they do the offer?
Well, as a negotiated plea, we reached a short probationary term if you did everything ahead of time. And he's already done the offensive driving. He's got on Wednesday the DWI ed and the VIP.
And when is this supposed to be completed?
On the 25th, we've got the plea date.
All right. Norma, on this one, set this for jury trial on January 31st. Court will not accept any further resets on this case for a misdemeanor case. No, it's the 31st. Let me give you a reset form. Is there anything else? All right, I'll give you a reset form. You have a reset form over there, Deputy? All right, that's being reset for the 31st.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Who's here on Hill? Damon Hill? Where's your attorney? Brittany Cruz. If you can come forward. All right, your defense attorney is ill. Ms. Ferguson, what date are we coming back on, Ms. Cruz?
We can come back on the 24th.
All right, so we're gonna come back on January 24th. And she'll give you a reset form.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I apologize, I was just on the line, but
No problem.
I'm back.
All right, can I have the parties on Damon Hill? Court is calling 2022 CR 10030, State of Texas versus Damon Hill. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Debbie Cruz Cortez on behalf of the state, Your Honor.
Defense?
Martin Dura.
And are you Mr. Hill? Counsel, have you received all the discovery in this case and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Hill, I'm showing you what's entitled application for community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it? Off the record. Counsel, I'm sending you and your client to breakout room number 1. And we're back on the record. Next, I'm showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Your Honor, we're waiving the enhancement repeater allegation. Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objections.
Mr. Hill, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places? Did you understand you're charged with offense of possession of a controlled substance penalty group 1 gram to 4 grams? That's a third-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand? Off the record for a moment. Mr. Sutton? Bowood? Bowood? Hi, are you in court today?
I was in impact.
Okay. All right, I'm just checking in on you. How you doing?
I'm doing real well, thank you, Jim.
All right, have a good one.
Have a great week. Thank
All right, you too. Mama was praying for you.
you.
All right. We're back on the record. All right, if you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea bargain agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand? Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in, the right to remain silent? Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights? And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case? Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Just one moment. Mr. Ross, I sent you to breakout room number 1. Is there an issue?
No, we're ready, Judge.
All right. Then the clerk will zoom in so that they can swear your client in.
Okay.
If you'll go back to the breakout room, counsel.
I will.
Do you believe your client is currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Hill, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
Oh, no.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea? Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented? Are you a U.S. citizen? Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? According to the plea, state recommends community supervision and they're waiving the enhancement paragraph and your punishment is to be assessed at 6 years in the prison. Did you understand that to be the plea? Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
State? Is that the
Yes,
plea?
Your Honor, that is our understanding.
Showing you what's entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places? Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand? Counsel, are there any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you outside the plea bargain agreement. State is requesting that your community supervision be for a term of 6 years. There'll be a TAP evaluation and 200 hours of community service restitution. Did you understand those were recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations? Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? State, any evidence?
Yes, Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to enter into evidence states exhibit number 1 and all of its attachments.
No objections.
Mr. Hill, I'm showing you what's entitled wavering consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places? Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent? Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand? Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Respectfully, we'd ask you to follow the plea bargain agreement, Your Honor. He is anxious to get this probation started.
All right, are you employed? So how are you supporting yourself?
Sorry, Judge, I didn't hear.
You need to speak up. So how are you supporting yourself?
I get a social security check,
For what?
retardation.
I'm sorry, for what? For what?
Retardation. Social security check. I'm sorry, Judge.
Yeah, what did you say?
I get an SSI check.
All right, so what are you receiving it for?
Retardation.
It's mentally ill. Like bipolar.
This is a conversation they're having privately, and the defense attorney is going to tell me. So why is he receiving SSI?
He reports he's mentally ill, Your Honor. He was taking some medication for ADHD and at least one other issue.
Cocaine doesn't help
No.
that. You understand?
No.
So do you have any children?
No.
What are their ages?
My daughter 15, my son 5.
And who do they live with?
Mothers.
So how are you supporting them financially?
I take care of my son. I have my mom, my son should get them.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about financially. Children need to eat.
Oh, they
Can't live off of love.
No, they eat. I'm a security check.
All right, if you're drug tested today, what are the results going to be? When's the last time you used anything?
After I smoke marijuana, like 4 weeks ago.
All right, any other questions?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, the court is going to sentence you to 6 years in the prison, suspended and probated for 6 years. There's going to be proof of employment within 30 days. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider with minors. Or there's to be proof of SSI within 30 days. So you're either going to be employed or have proof of SSI that you can't work. You understand? There's to be regular reporting by Zoom or in person. There's to be regular UA. I'm going to want him to do a drug test tomorrow to see what his levels are. So there's a drug test on the 10th. If he tests positive for anything other than marijuana, I'm going to want a TAP evaluation and then follow the TAP recommendations. If the TAP recommends outpatient treatment, then we'll do intensive outpatient treatment. 200 hours of community service restitution, 40 of those hours will be waived. If you provide proof of the COVID vaccination, the court is not requiring you to get it, but if you do, 40 of those hours will be waived. I'm going to want parenting classes. The remaining of the community service hours will be waived with parenting classes completion. Field visits 2 times per month. Probation, is there anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Is there anything else you need from the court to be successful? All right, I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it? Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand? Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand? All right, good luck to you. You're going to need to do better. You understand? All right, who's here on April Apolinar? All right, if you'll come forward.
Your Honor, can I approach on a quick question?
Yes.
I think there's a contested NTR that's supposed to start. What time is that going to start at this afternoon?
Who's the attorney?
Who's on it? I know it's just the.
Walker, Your Honor.
Who?
Walker, last name is Walker.
We'll take a break and then start it.
Just so we can let our officers know around what time, if they can go get something to eat or.
They can get something. We'll start it at 2:40.
2:40, okay. 2:40.
Judge, before we get started, can I write the court of some stuff that's going on?
Yes.
We've reached a plea bargaining agreement that required the state to file a new case. We signed off on a waiver of indictment.
Mhm.
However, she has not been magistrated. So we may need to magistrate her first.
All right.
before entering the plea, unless the waiver of indictment will suffice.
Which case is this? The one that's the,
Endangering child, Judge.
all right. If you can you, it should be in here?
Yes.
Okay, so here we go. Court is calling 2020. Oh, we're not on the record. I'm sorry. Miss April Polinar, you're charged with endangering a child. You have a right to remain silent, a right to hire an attorney. The court will note that you have your attorney here. You have a right to have an attorney appointed to you if you can't afford one. They'll have you fill out a form to see if you meet the requirements for a court-appointed attorney. You will be allowed a reasonable time and opportunity to speak with your attorney. You have a right to have your attorney present during any interview. If you begin an interview, anything that's said can be used against you in a court of law. If you start an interview, you can terminate that interview at any time. You have a right to an examining trial. If you are a foreign national, you have a right to have access to your consulate. If you request a court-appointed attorney and you need help filling out the paperwork, then the clerks will help you with that. Once an attorney is appointed to you, that attorney must get in contact with you within 24 hours the next business day. So if you were appointed attorney on a Friday, they would have to get in touch with you on a Monday. But if on a Thursday, then they'll have to get in touch with you on Friday. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Do you understand these rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I need your signature.
Is she approach?
Yes.
Go around.
Excuse me.
Does she have a pen?
Yeah, I gave it. Come on. How's your New Year's good?
Oh, it's been going well, you know? There you go. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we are on the record. Court is calling 2023 CR 0077W and 2022 CR 6638, State of Texas versus April Apolinar. Can our parties announce for the record for the state?
Oscar Salinas.
Defense?
Paul Fabella for defense.
And are you Miss April Apolinar?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, in each of the cause numbers, have you received all the discovery and reviewed that discovery with your client?
Yes, I have, Your Honor.
In each of the cause numbers, the court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. All right, and cause number 2022 CR 6638. I'm showing you what's entitled Application for Deferred Adjudication or Community Supervision. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
And in cause number 2023 CR 0077W, did you review the document entitled Application for Deferred Adjudication or Community Supervision with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
And cause number 2022 CR 6638, did you review the document entitled True Bill of Indictment with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, we do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on that indictment as presented?
On 6638, no, Judge, we are proceeding on the lesser included offense of DWI above 0.15.
We have no
Class A
objection.
misdemeanor.
We have no objection, Your Honor.
And in cause number 2023 CR 0077W, showing you the document entitled Waiver of Indictment, Reading of Information and Rights under Article 1.051 and 26.03 of the Code of Criminal Procedure. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to have a grand jury review the evidence and make a decision on whether or not to indict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand your attorney has certain rights, namely 2 days from the presentation of the information and 10 days from the presentation of the information to prepare for trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in that cause number?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived indictment, reading of information and rights under Article 1.051 and 26.03 of the Code of Criminal Procedure. Showing you what's entitled information. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the information?
Yes, we do.
State, are you proceeding on the information as presented?
Yes, sir.
And each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review those documents with your attorney? Did you understand them and did you sign them in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
In cause number 2023 CR 0077W, you're charged with the offense of endangering a child. That's a state jail felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine. In cause number 2022 CR 6638, the state is proceeding on the lesser included offense of driving while intoxicated as a Class A misdemeanor. Range of punishment is up to $4,000 and up to a year in the Bexar County Jail. Did you understand that in each of the cause numbers?
Yes, Your Honor.
In each of the cause numbers, if you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
In each of the cause numbers, you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent. Did you understand? Did you understand by entering plea bargain agreements in each of these cause numbers, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then did you intend to give up those rights and enter into pleas in each of the cause numbers?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand in cause number 2022 CR 6638, if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could sentence you up to a year in the Bexar County Jail and up to a $4,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you understand if the court were to grant your application in 2023 CR 0077W, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, in each of the cause numbers, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, she has, Your Honor.
In each of the cause numbers, do you believe she has a rational as well as a factual under, yes?
I'm sorry, Judge, can you start from the beginning of the sentence? It was, I apologize. Judge.
No problem. All right. Counsel, in each of the cause numbers, do you understand? I mean, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, she has. No. I'm sorry, Judge, I got distracted. You're asking if she's been able to help me with any defenses?
Yes.
Yes, she has, Your Honor.
In each of the cause numbers, do you believe she has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I feel she does, Your Honor.
In each of the cause numbers, do you believe she is currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I feel she was. Your Honor.
Ms. Apolinar, in each of the cause numbers, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, Your Honor.
In each of the cause numbers, the court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived her right to jury trial. Each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review those with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Each of the cause numbers, there's to be $1,000 fine. They are to run concurrently. There's to be restitution to Richard. The writing is.
Sorry, Judge.
You want to read it from here?
Yes, everybody.
All right, there's to be restitution to. That's okay.
Richard Cerna,
And who is the other person?
James Swaffer.
All right, there's to be restitution to Richard Cerna and James Swaffer, SWAFFERD, DWI Education Course Victim Impact Panel, Smart Start Mobile. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense,
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
state?
Yes, sir.
And each of these cause numbers, I'm showing you the waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, Your
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
And each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you outside the plea bargain agreement and cause number 2023 CR 0077W. State is asking that your probation be for a term of 5 years. There'd be 150 hours community service restitution, parenting classes, and alcohol awareness. And 2022 CR 6638. They're asking that your community supervision be for a term of 2 years. No contact with Richard Cerna, James Swarford, and parenting classes. Did you understand that to be recommendations from the state, and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then how do you plea in 2023 CR 0077W? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
And how do you plea in 2022 CR 6638? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence.
Yes, Judge, in both cases, state offered both from Market States Exhibit 1 and its attachments and evidence.
No objection.
And each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review those documents with your attorney? Did you understand them? Did you sign them in all the appropriate places? Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there'll be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, and each of the cause numbers after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt as you've applied for deferred adjudication in each cause number. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Your Honor, Ms. Roland exercised a grave discretion. She's young, she's a single mother, and she realizes and accepts responsibility for what she has done. She's taken steps to ensure that she doesn't repeat an indiscretion that would affect her in this manner. She's done some parenting classes. She's done some AA classes to understand what may have been going through her mind at the time. And she's abstained from the use of alcohol since the onset of this incident. She is gainfully employed. She wants to get her life back, and she just wants to move forward. She's taken UAs, and at the request of the state, those UAs have been clean. If you're to give her a UA today, she's going to be clean. No real criminal history, Your Honor.
would ask the court to follow the recommendation of the state.
All right. So where's your child now?
With my, oh, he's at school. He's at school right now, but I stay with both my parents.
All right. So you're drinking and you have an accident with a 4-year-old in the car. I haven't done any statistical analysis, and my statistics professor will be upset for me doing this. But what I've noticed is people who drink and are intoxicated, they end up surviving the crash. You know who ends up dying? The grandparents who are just on their way for a night out, the child, and the drunk driver just walks away just fine. While you're on probation, you're not allowed to drink alcohol at all. Do you understand?
I understand, Your Honor.
And you need to internalize truly and realize that your child could have been killed.
I understand.
And then you know what would end up happening? You would have came to court boohooing and crying. Don't send me to prison. I've lost my child. I've been punished enough. You understand?
I understand, Your Honor.
So what do? Your attorney says you're working. What do you do?
I'm currently employed at a warehouse. I work with vegetables. I work from 4 a.m. to about 6 p.m.
And when you say you work with vegetables, what do you do?
Your Honor,
Yes.
she works at a processing plant, a warehouse processing plant. I don't know if you ever gone to H-E-B and there's lettuce already chopped up and there's vegetable packs ready to go.
Yes.
Something very similar to that.
I'm just trying to make sure that people treat vegetables gently because you see too many bruising when you go to the store.
I'm right with you, Judge.
So how far did you go in school?
I went to 12th grade.
So you didn't graduate?
I did graduate.
All right. So what are your plans for your future? Are your plans to continue with this job or you plan on doing something else with your life?
Doing something else with my life.
And what are you doing to make that happen?
I wanted to get a food truck and also go to school for cosmetology for makeup.
So you're going to do food trucks / you can come to the food truck and get your hair and nails done
Something
while
like
you're
that.
there. So what do you cook?
I like to cook Mexican food. I've been going on Food Network a lot and just writing down random recipes and recreating it myself.
Okay. All right, this is what the court will do. And cause number 2022 CR 6638. Court will sentence you to 2 years deferred adjudication. There's $1,000 fine probated. Concurrent with 2023 CR 0077W. Restitution, if any, to Richard Cerna and James Swarford. DWI education course. Victim impact panel. Smart Start mobile device. And of course, there's to be no contact with Richard Cerna and James Swarford. 80 hours community service restitution. 40 of those hours will be waived if you provide proof of the COVID vaccination. Court is not requiring you to get the COVID vaccination, but if you do, 40 of those hours will be waived. I'm going to want parenting classes. The remaining of the hours will be waived once you complete parenting classes. There's to be regular reporting by Zoom or in person. Proof of employment within 30 days. There's to be no employment as a home healthcare provider with minors. And regular UAs. And cause number 2023 CR 0077W. Court will sentence you to 5 years deferred adjudication. There's $1,000 fine that'll be probated.
Thank you.
You're welcome. This is right concurrent with 2022 CR 6638. 150 hours of community service restitution. Those hours will be waived if you obtain a trade school certificate or if you want to do culinary school. So I'm going to help you with your dream. You can go to St. Philip's College, you can go to wherever else. So it's up to you. You can either do the 150 hours of community service restitution, or you can do something to help your life for your child and for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. There's going to be parenting classes, alcohol awareness, regular reporting by Zoom or in person, proof of employment within 30 days, no employment as a home healthcare provider or with minors. I'm going to want field visits one time per month and regular UAs. Probation, is there anything else that's needed?
Your Honor, I know that they're running concurrent.
Yes.
Do you want to order any bill visits on the 63A, or we're just gonna go off of the 007 test?
We'll just go off the other one.
Okay, nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, is there anything else you need from the court in order to be successful?
No, Your Honor.
All right, in each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because these are plea bargain agreements, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we can go off the record. You're gonna have to start making better decisions, because the decisions you make are not just for you, they're for your child as well.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Who's here on Raul Reyes?
That's Richard Garcia, Judge. I don't know.
Was in here and he just went.
All right. Who is here on Tyrone Laird? All right. Okay. Oh, Norma, it hasn't come to my email. I have the email up waiting for it.
Okay.
Let me, oh, somebody dropped one.
That's what I was
Maybe
looking
that's
for.
it.
I don't know.
What plant are you having an issue with?
I'm sorry, what?
What plant are you having an issue with?
Oh, my gardenias.
Um,
They were so great. You know, once we got that heavy snowmageddon, never been the same. That and my Rose of Sharon. And I do make sure the soil has the right acidity. But for some reason,
Maybe it just, I sound weird, but maybe with at least the Rose of Sharon, it might have been, it just killed parts of the roots.
Mhm.
I had to rip some of my stuff out when we had that.
oh no, I pulled it up and put in a brand new one.
Oh,
And it's just like I can smell that there was death of a plant there. And it's like, we're not even going to try with you.
oh, well, then your plants just hate you.
Yes.
Ms. Corby and I have an agreement on a bond
Mhm.
on a Sean Smith. Or
All right, just give me a moment. Let me do this and I'll take that up. All right, who's here on Tyrone Laird? All right, court is calling 2022 CR. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm trying to plug in my mic. Sorry.
Oh, no problem.
Senator.
All right.
Okay.
And Norma, let her know I still haven't received that.
Okay.
Court is calling 2022 CR 8044, State of Texas versus Tyrone Laird. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Debbie Cruz Cortez on behalf of the state, Your Honor.
Defense?
Eddie Bravonak.
And are you Mr. Laird?
No.
All right. Counsel, you received all the discovery in this case, and did you review it with your client?
I have, yes.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Laird, I'm showing you what's entitled application for community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Next, I'm showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
I do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Your Honor, we're proceeding on count number 3. We're waiving counts 1 and 2 and the enhancement paragraph.
That's correct, Your Honor. No objection.
Mr. Laird, I'm showing you what's entitled court admonishments and defendants waivers and affidavit of admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
No.
All right, did you understand the state is proceeding on? I'm sorry, which count are you proceeding on?
Count 3, Your Honor.
Count 3 is the possession less than a gram case.
It's still.
It's a felon in possession, Your Honor.
Yeah, it's a little confusing, but if you read.
Oh, I didn't
Yeah.
read the entire thing. I just saw the caps.
I did the same thing.
All right, thank you. Can we go off the record for a moment, please? Could I have parties approach? This is what's going on. That's okay.
Am I okay to
Oh, yeah.
correct it? So correct it. Just fix that out, but no, it's not everything.
It's the new year. We're getting back into the groove of things.
I know.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Oh, no problem. All right, we're back on the record. Did you understand in count 3, you're charged with the offense of felon in possession of a firearm? That's a 3rd-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand? If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea bargain agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand? Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent? Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights? And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case? Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes and yes.
All right, Mr. Laird, am I pronouncing your last name correctly? All right. Has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea? Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented? Are you a U.S. citizen? Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page, did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? According to the plea, punishment is to be assessed at 7 years in the prison. There's a $1,000 fine. There's no application for deferred adjudication. The state recommends community supervision. There's to be restitution. Is this for laboratory testing?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Does anybody know what the laboratory amount is?
I don't.
All right. And they're also asking,
We do not. We'll waive that, Your Honor.
all right, any objection to them waiving the restitution for the laboratory fee?
No.
Okay. All right, and the state will waive the repeat enhancement paragraph and you must destroy, well, the firearm will be destroyed. Did you understand that to be the plea? Defense?
Yes.
State?
Yes.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places? Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand? Counsel, are there any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you outside the plea bargain agreement, the state is requesting that your community supervision be for a term of 7 years. There be a TAP evaluation and 200 hours of community service restitution. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations? Then count 3 in the indictment, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? State, any evidence?
Your Honor, at this time, the states would like to introduce state's exhibit number 1 and its attachments.
No objection.
Mr. Lyer, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places? Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent? Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand? Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing State's Exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
If the court allows to, yes.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lard, are you employed? What do you do? There are so many people who can answer the question about gardenias and roses of Sharon. Okay. Do you have any children? What are their ages?
23, 22, 19.
All right. And where are they? Do they live with you or? Right. And do you live by yourself? Who do you live with? All right. Does she have children? Do they live there? What are their ages?
19.
Okay. All right. And if you're drug tested today, what are the results going to be? I mean, what are the results going to be?
What she's asking is, will they be positive or negative? And I'll tell you, if the answer is positive, that won't kill you today. But in the future, you can't. So tell her the truth, whatever it is.
Okay. What are you going to be positive for? And what else? And what else? All right. Why are you drinking alcohol on your way to court? When's the last time you drank?
Yesterday.
What are you drinking?
What?
All right, anything other than beer that you drink? All right, while you're on probation, you can't drink alcohol, you can't smoke marijuana. There's to be no cooking with alcohol. Do you understand? All right, the court will follow your agreement, sentence you to 7 years in the prison, suspended and probated for 6 years. There's $1,000 fine that'll be probated. 200 hours of community service restitution. 40 of those hours will be waived if you provide proof of the COVID vaccination with booster. The court is not requiring you to do that, but if you do, 40 of those hours will be waived. Proof of employment within 30 days. There should be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. Regular reporting by Zoom or in person. I'm going to want a TAP evaluation. If the TAP evaluation recommends inpatient treatment, we'll start with intensive outpatient treatment. If they recommend intensive outpatient treatment, we'll start with outpatient treatment. I'm going to want 60 AA meetings in 60 days. I'm going to want field visits 1 time per month. Probation, is there anything else he needs?
No, Your Honor.
And there's to be a destruction of the weapon. Is there anything else you need from the court in order to be successful? All right, I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it? All right, because this is a plea bargaining agreement, because I followed your plea bargaining agreement, because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand? And because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
No.
All right, we can go off the record. How old are you?
41.
All right, so you're close to being in the twilight of your life. You got to start making better decisions. You understand? All right, good luck to you. Ms. Ferguson, when are we recalling Mark Saucedo? The attorney's ill. All right, is he in custody or on bond? All right, Deputy Lord, can you let Mr. Saucedo know his attorney is ill and he'll be coming back? Thank you. On the 19th. Hello.
Mayor Pro Tem John Smith for
Yes.
Ms. Corby.
Yes.
We have an agreement.
I signed it over.
And when is he set?
He's not set, I don't think, Judge, because he just got picked up recently.
I thought I saw March. I don't know why I was thinking March.
Ms. Ferguson? Can
Oh,
you
he said
review
127, I'm sorry, Judge.
127?
Yes.
Okay.
I Someone else is in March, I guess. I don't know who's in March.
Yeah, I have some clients that in March too. Maybe it's Dustin.
Maybe the great Dustin.
All right, there you go.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you, Oscar.
All right, I'll take them up after we finish with all that.
Who's here on Melvin Jones?
Circle granted, I don't know.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, they will say that.
Thank you.
All right, and where's Mr. Jones? Okay, all right, as soon as he comes out, we'll take that up. Yes. Sure. Okay, yeah. All right. Who's here on Raul Reyes?
Richard Garcia, Judge.
All right.
There he is.
Ah, okay. Yes. All right, Mr. Jones. Hi, come up. All right, Mr. Jones, you're scheduled for jury trial. I have it listed on the 24th. So are you accepting the offer or are you requesting a jury trial? Because this, let me just explain it. This is what's going to happen. You're either accepting the offer or either it's going to jury trial. So, I mean, it's completely up to you.
Can I speak?
Sure.
Hey, Your Honor, I didn't wrote you numerous times and let you know the actions of my attorney.
No, we're going to stop right there because this is not the first attorney that you've had appointed to you. So here's the thing. This is what's going to happen. What's going to happen is you're going to jury trial on the 24th, or either you're entering a plea today. And if you want another attorney to go to trial with you, then you need to retain one. The court will not appoint another attorney. So which would you prefer to do? Either you can enter a plea today or you're going to trial.
The other attorney, you took the other attorney away.
Here's the thing. I want you to listen to me very carefully, okay? Either you are entering a plea today or either you're going to jury trial. Which would you prefer?
And the jury trial is when?
Oh, the 24th.
And how am I going to get another attorney?
Oh, you have to retain one. The court is not appointing another attorney for you.
State bar advised me to.
No, here's the thing. I want you to listen to me carefully. You have two choices. Either you are entering a plea today, or either you're going to jury trial on the 24th. And when you go to jury trial, you will either go to jury trial with this attorney or one that you will have retained. The court will not appoint you another attorney. So those are your choices.
Well, I don't want him because he don't
All
care
right,
about.
here's the thing.
You don't care about nothing about anything.
Let me
else.
explain something to you.
Yes, ma'am.
I've had plenty of family members, and I always have to remind them something. Sometimes your relationships with people, these are not friendships. They're business transactions. Like, has anybody ever been to your house for dinner? Have you invited to them your house for dinner? Have they been to your house for dinner? They're not friends. These are all business transactions. And we all have a job to do. People don't have to like each other. People can pretend to like each other. But I do require that everybody treat everyone with respect. So here's the thing.
He doesn't do that.
Here's the thing. You have two choices. First choice, you enter a plea today. Second choice, you're going to jury trial on the 24th. And I am telling you, I'm giving you till 2 o'clock to make that decision because this case has been coming back here long enough. So you can sit in the box and let me know what you choose to do.
I want another attorney because he don't care about
Well, I've already told you the answer with regards to that. So you can take a seat in the box and let me know what you wish to do. Mr. Ross, I'm just waiting for the paperwork.
Yes, ma'am. I think we finally got it all together and I think the clerk was going to send it to you.
I think
Yeah, Judge, I hadn't done no sign in quite a while, so it needs to be printed out and given to you.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right. Once they print it out, then
we're
we'll-
relearning, Judge.
Yes, ma'am.
2023 is
Mhm.
the year
End
of
of the
learning.
new year. All right, Mr. Garcia, what is happening with your case?
So Judge, we were set for last day to accept the plea bargain.
Mr. Reyes, come forward.
Has turned it down.
All right, so you want a jury trial?
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna get you a jury trial. Ms. Ferguson,
Judge, I'm gone till March. Can you do it in March?
when's your last day here?
Thursday.
All right, state how long you think this trial is gonna last?
Maybe I think like if we have like an afternoon for jury selection, then maybe a day and a half.
All right, we'll see you back tomorrow for jury trial.
Tomorrow, what time?
He needs to be here, but, well, you all need to be here by 10:30.
Perfect.
All right, Ms. Ferguson will give you the paperwork.
Thank you. So you moved forward.
Yes, well, let me just tell you, I do not like moving, as you know. But the other court had mold and mildew, they would not address it. The AC,
Is it affecting your lung?
oh, yes.
Oh, then
I
it's-
documented it, so if I need to call an attorney, we can call an attorney. Then I can go to Puerto Vallarta and
So I'm
see my
sitting
spare
over
bedroom.
there For a while, and then what's her name? Christine, Judge Christine now.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm like, what are you doing over here? She goes, this isn't the 187th anymore. Oh my God, it's been a crazy day.
Oh, no, I hear you. Okay. All righty, let me see the file on Conduct and Zuniga. And Norman, they'll be recalled tomorrow. Yes. Mhm. And kind of.
Judge, apparently there was a mistake on the paperwork. It's going to have to be redone.
Confirming that, Judge. It doesn't appear to be wrong.
Okay, they say that you all are conferring on that.
Good.
You want to be here at 9?
For 10 o'clock,
Yes.
or I put 9 o'clock on the paperwork.
Oh, that's fine. We'll see you at 9.
Okay.
We just write that in.
I swear this is the same.
All right, after we do this, we're going to take a break and then we have blocker. Is that still contested? Patience is a virtue. It truly is.
Try and fix it.
All right, what are we doing with which one?
I'm getting you right, Judge.
You're so awesome. Well, see, you know what ended up happening? Someone came in, knocked it down. And where? And what is happening with Renee Espinoza? Where's your client?
What's next?
Michael, Judy said she was conferring with you on her other client. Yes. So
I think she should talk with her client more. But I don't know if it's,
let me see.
I don't
the-
want to speak for Ms. Weber.
Yeah.
but it
Oh, go
appeared-
right ahead, say whatever you want.
Let me see the file on Renee
She'd
Espinoza.
like to give me all of her money.
You can have. you can
Renee
have my-
Espinoza.
My hand, this is all I have.
My understanding is that it doesn't appear that it's going to be a plea. That's kind of.
Not at this point.
All right, do you all have all the discovery?
Yes.
Mr. Espinoza, come forward. Mr. Espinoza, I'm giving you a plea deadline date. State, have you tendered an offer?
We have it.
All right, your plea deadline date is going to be January 17th. Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form. There will be no plea bargain agreements accepted after that date without good cause. Otherwise, you have a plea open to the court. Do you understand? All right, Ms. Ferguson, can you give a reset, please?
We can get it worked out. That's good.
Oh, he signed.
Okay, sure.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Jones, it's 2 o'clock. What are we doing? Yes.
Robert. Casey. I'm sorry. Casey visited. From what I thought.
Well, Stacy's.
I am, she told me what. What? I'm asking her section. Let me. That's her. The analysis.
There are no other inmates, are there? Just Mr. Blocker that's here and Mr. Jones. Right. What is that noise?
But I think she.
It's the baby, it's the rattling.
Oh, okay.
And I'm not.
Sure.
An issue with my mics and my technical support. I have to wait for them to like actually call me, and I'm just wondering if maybe we could possibly take like a 30 to 45
You, that
Sure. All right, so Mr. Jones will be back tomorrow, Ms. Ferguson. And what are we doing with Quinton Block?
We may have a plea of true and going to court.
All right, so that needs to be done by 2:15. All right, Mr. Ross, they're telling me that there's some issue, or you guys are telling me there's some issue with the paperwork.
I'm checking, the paperwork I originally sent out didn't have the waiver and steps language on it. for some reason.
Yeah, I think I signed the new paperwork. I got it. Did you get it?
It looks like he hasn't signed it.
Let me go in and find out where he is.
And who is Detective Ray? If you can come forward, please. And Deputy Laura, if you could stop video. All right. All right, Joseph Garza. All right, what's happening with this case?
Judge, I got an offer today for the first time. I need to review some discovery and go over it with him. He'd like to review the discovery as well, so we're asking for a reset.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 30-day reset, please?
February 6th.
All right, February 6th will be your plea deadline date. At that time, you need to let the court know whether or not you're accepting the state's offer. Do you understand? If you choose not to accept the offer, the court will only consider offers that are open to the court or either with good cause. Do you understand?
Sorry. No, let's say it again.
All right, so I've given you a plea deadline date of February 6th. On that date, you need to let the court know whether or not you're accepting the state's offer. You don't have to accept the state's offer. If you choose not to accept the state's offer, or you all don't come to an agreement on that day, the court will not accept any plea bargain agreements in this case unless you plead open to the court or unless there's good cause for me to accept a plea agreement. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Ms. Ferguson. We'll give you a reset form. And this is coming back on the 15th. And that one's done. Okay.
And I think it needs to, is there a stamp in there already?
Yes, it's stamped. All right, and Ms. Wimber, you need to do a certification of appeal. Thanks. And then I think this is the last case, is it not?
Is that one in the Montez case, Judge?
We're getting so close, Judge.
So close.
But yet so far.
Judge, I don't know if you're aware, we have worked out. NTR, so go.
All right, thank you. You're coming to court and making things happen.
My first day, so give me some time.
All right.
Yes, plenty of time.
Hopefully, we'll see.
Don't give us both far yet.
Okay.
That third picture from the left keeps on looking at me.
And I follow you.
They do follow you, right?
We've been saying this like since the last program, especially it's really eerie when he's on the bench. He's looking at you from the bench and from his portrait.
I heard a place where we're sitting that it was in the last courtroom.
Yeah, 'cause we were like, rock trying.
Like you're in 22.
All right. Are you already on blocker?
Yes, ma'am.
Court is calling 2016 CR 4893, State of Texas versus Quintuan Jamarian Blocker. Could I have parties approach and announce for the record for the state
Daniel, Barb, Texas.
defense?
Judith Wimert.
And are you Mr. Blocker?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Blocker, I'm showing you what's entitled motion to revoke community supervision and state's motion to supplement pending motion to revoke probation. Did you review those documents with your attorney and did you understand them?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you the same Quintuan Jamarian Blocker who was placed on community supervision in 2016 CR 4893 for the offense of evading arrest detention with a vehicle on February 13, 2017 for a term of 6 years? Is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
State?
Violated condition number 1, on or about the 12th day of January 2021 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Quintuan Jamarian
Easy for you to say.
Blocker, committed the offense of possession of firearm in violation of condition number 1.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
Your Honor, state waives all other violations.
Any objections?
No, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Blocker, did you understand by pleading true to violation of condition number 1, court could find it true, grant the motion, and sentence you up to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of condition number 1?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find violation of condition number 1 true. Is there an agreement?
Your Honor, we were going to go to the court for punishment. The state is going to take into consideration his 2 pending cost numbers.
All right. State, what are you requesting?
Your Honor, we're requesting the 10 years.
All right, and defense?
Judge, my recollection in this case is that the defendant was sentenced on February 13th, 2017. At that time, he was on parole. His parole was revoked. He went back to TDC and he was released on in September of 2019. So from sometime in early 17 until September of 19, he did do time. Hopefully he got credit for this case while he was in there. His probation on this case was for 6 years, which would be up next
Well,
month.
actually, according to the judgment that I have the punishment at 10 years.
Yes, ma'am. It was 6 years probation, underlying sentence of 10 years.
It wasn't 10 years punishment with the underlying of 6 years.
Yeah, my understanding was that it was 10 years underlined with 6 years probation.
That's my understanding as well. Maybe I'm.
Oh, you reversed it. Okay.
did. I apologize, Judge. I didn't do well with fractions or any other type of. They told me being a lawyer, I wouldn't have to. But they tell us a lot of things, don't they? No, so 6 years probation would be up next month on the 13th. So, and I believe Mr. Blocker would like to address the court.
All right, can you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
My name is Quintuan Jamarian.
All right, is this going to be question and answer, or is there something he specifically would like to say to the court?
He would like to address the court.
All right, yes.
Yes, ma'am, I just want to say, prior to these new cases that I picked up, I was doing fine and I wasn't having any trouble with being a productive member of society. I started working, I started a family, and these things just happened. And
Well, I mean, here's the thing, things don't just happen.
right.
I mean, people make choices.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I know that you're saying you were doing fine, but what you're telling me is you were doing fine other than new cases.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, you can continue.
Go ahead.
No, is there anything else you would like to say?
No, ma'am.
You sure? So what have you been doing with your life other than picking up new cases?
I've been working, staying away from the whole crowd I've been with, trying to stay straight and just work, take care of my family.
Okay. And what credit you're saying he has for?
He was sentenced in this case February 13th of 2017. But he spent time in prison because of a prior offense until September of 2019.
So when was he sentenced to prison? That's the question.
On the offense, the manslaughter case. Do you remember when?
It was February 13th, 2017.
No. The manslaughter that you were on parole for, that got revoked.
That was in 2005.
I don't know what, here's the thing, I will give him credit for any time that he's been in custody while this was pending. But what time the prison time is, I don't know, because I don't have that information. But if you have that information, the clerks are able to give it to me, then the court will most definitely give you credit for any time that he was in custody while this case was open.
Sure. I just wanted to let the court know that he had done that time in prison while he was.
Basically, the remainder of the time I had on parole, when I got the evading arrest of the motor vehicle, I was sent to prison as a violation. So as the probation was running concurrently, you know what I mean?
Yes. So when were you, that's what I'm trying to figure out, when were you sent to prison?
It was from March 2017 to September 2019.
On this case, the evading case.
Right.
Prior to that, the manslaughter case, he was sentenced in 2005.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So he's telling me that he was in custody March 2017 to February 2019.
No, to September 2019.
September 2019.
Because of the evading that I got the probation for.
Okay.
Judge, I just took a look at least at the manslaughter. I didn't see any, it just said that he was released from TDC. It never said that he was being picked up or anything like that.
All right. So this is what I'm understanding from what's being told to me. He was placed on probation. He was revoked.
Yeah, parole. Yes, ma'am.
That's what he's saying. He was revoked on parole.
On the manslaughter.
Yes, while he was on probation. And he's telling me that when he was revoked on parole, but on probation for this case, that's from March 17th. I'm sorry, March 2017 to September 2019.
Correct.
All right, so I will give him credit for that, but you're going to have to provide documentation.
That's fine, Judge. We will. I just wanted the court to know that he had done some time in reference to the court's disposition of the revocation of the evading.
All right, so this is what the court is going to do. The court is going to grant the motion. The court is going to sentence you to 9 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served. I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand that? Right. You do have a limited right to appeal, and that's as it relates to the allegations in the motion, not the fact that you were on probation. Do you understand? Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you need to speak to an attorney. And for the record, the court is taking in consideration 2021 CR 2587 and 2021 CR 2586.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, is there anything else from either side with regards to sentencing?
No, ma'am.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All right, we can go off the record. Mr. Blocker, how old are you? You're gonna have to start making some changes and sticking with those changes, because otherwise you're gonna find yourself in and out of the prison, in and out of jail. And when new people come to the prison or the jail, they're gonna ask how this place runs, and somebody's gonna say, well, ask the oldest guy in the prison. And they're gonna say, who is that? And they're gonna say, Grandpa Blocker. Don't be the grandpa at the prison, okay? All right, good luck to you. Thank you. And if you'll make sure the state has those time.
I will, Judge. Thank you.
This one has some time. They're saying from March 2017 to September. No, for going to prison.
Oh, for prison.
Yes.
Okay. Do they have, are they gonna send documentation?
Yes, they're supposed to. All right, are we ready on Abel Montez?
We are, Judge. I think we are finally.
Yes, this is the last one.
The best for last, huh?
Okay. All right. Court is calling 2022 CR 1164, State of Texas versus Abel Montez. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
For the state.
Defense?
Ron Ross for defense.
Judge, I need the volume up a little bit, please.
All right. Can you all make sure you speak up? All right, Mr. Montez, can you unmute?
Okay.
All right, Mr. Montez, I'm showing you what's entitled Defendant's Consent to Appear by Video. Did you
Correct.
review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Any objection to the defendant appearing by video, state?
No objection.
Defense?
No objections.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to appear by video. Counsel, have you received all the discovery in this case and did you review it with your client?
Yes, I have, Judge.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Montez, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, we do.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Your Honor, we'll waive the repeater enhancement and then proceed.
Any objection?
No objections, Judge.
Mr. Montez, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendant's Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you electronically sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you're charged with continuous violence against family? That's a third-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea bargain agreement in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, he has.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Yes, I do.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Montez, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial, showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea bargain agreement, punishments be assessed at 8 years in the prison. There are no applications. This will run concurrent with Comal County cause number CR 2020265. State will take in consideration 2022 CR 1781, 2022 CR 1168, 2022 CR 3621. There's an affirmative finding of family violence and there's to be no contact with Nicole Martinez. Did you understand with an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition or be designated as primary custodial parent? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that to be the entirety of the plea bargain agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense?
Judge, I'm not sure about the case numbers. That one you said 2022 CR 28, something 28.
No, 1781 and 1163 and 3621.
That's it. Yes, ma'am. That is a plea bargain agreement. Yes, ma'am.
State?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph, Mr. Montez, entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, ma'am.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest or guilty.
I'm sorry, what?
No contest.
State any evidence?
Your Honor, we offer State's Exhibit number 1 and all attachments.
And no objections.
Mr. Montez, I'm showing you what's entitled waiving consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand? Did you understand? You're muted. Press the space bar. It's the longest key on the keyboard and hold it down.
Okay, sorry about that. I didn't have the keyboard to unmute.
All right, don't touch anything else. All right, did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. The court will accept into evidence State's Exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. After reviewing State's Exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will find you guilty. Are we proceeding with sentencing?
We are, Judge.
All right,
We'll waive PSI.
All right, the court will follow your agreement, sentence you to 8 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served. This will run in concurrent with Comal County cause number CR 2020-265, 2022 CR 1781, 3621.
Yes, ma'am.
And two 2022 CR 1163.
Yes, ma'am.
There's an affirmative finding of family violence and there's been no contact with Nicole Martinez. Showing what's entitled trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you electronically sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because this is a felony conviction, and also because there's an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we can go off the record. Mr. Montez, you're gonna have to make better decisions. Otherwise, you're gonna find yourself living at the prison. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you.
You have a good week, ma'am.
All right, you too. Thank you, Mr. Ross. Oh, do you have the
Yes, ma'am.
dismissals?
Thank you, ma'am.
The dismissals are here.
Okay, good.
And Ms. Ferguson, is that all?
Just one more case. Just for a reason.
The important ones.
What case is this?
That belongs to Ross, he's in the murder trial in Rio County.
Can you give me a month reset, please?
Yes, he comes back on February 6th.
Okay. Is his client in custody?
He's out on bond.
And where is he?
Right there in the gallery.
All right, come forward, please. Your attorney's in a jury trial, so we're gonna come back on your case on February 6th, okay?
Okay.
And Ms. Ferguson will give you the reset form. All right, and I believe that's all for today, is it not? Do we have 30 more
If
cases?
it's not Judge, can it please be?
Oh,